Let's see. Oh, you know what? I also didn't start. Oh dear. Hi, Observer. Yeah, long time no see. I don't know if you're referring to the one stream I took off for Christmas, or that it's been a while since you've been here. Either way, hello. Now, what am I missing? I'm missing something. I don't know what it is. It is Streamer Bot. No, it's the combined feed. Anyways, today is gonna be a brain slog for me. It's a I don't know what you want to call it. Well, I'm tired. I just a lot of working right after Christmas, and I don't know, just a lot of stuff going on. Busy, shuffled my sleep schedule around. But it was anyway. I hope everyone's Christmas was good. Mine was good. Just lots of stuff happening all at once. But yeah, hope everyone is doing well. You know what? I just realized I have a webcam that I forgot to turn on. There we go. Hi. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm ready. Yeah, I'm gonna do some fan art today of Minecraft. I know, it's kind of strange. Also, this is what I painted last stream. I don't know why this wasn't my starting screen, but instead I chose this. Maybe because this one's more colorful? So like a wake-up, kinda? I don't know. But yeah, anyway, last stream we did these thumbnails. We picked this thumbnail. We voted on it as a community, and then we worked on it till the end of the stream and turned into this. I quite liked this. I liked where it went. It was fun. Also, it was really fun to draw animals. I don't draw a lot of animals, but I think I did a halfway decent job. Yeah. It was also, I don't normally do, what do you call it? Like a depth of field effect, where like you blur out the things closer to you and make the things further away or wherever you want it to be in focus, and then kind of blur it out in the back. I didn't do any blurring in the background, but effectively it's already blurred, so it gets very light and simple with lines, like literally one line for a tree, whereas up close there's more detail, so it's a type of blur. But anyway, yeah, anyway, I liked it. I really enjoyed this painting. I want to do more like this with the animals, or not necessarily with animals, but just like this kind of color palette, maybe with animals. Anyway, more almost like more backgroundy stuff, where you could imagine this. Actually, I even did it on a separate layer, where you could kind of imagine these bears like standing up and walking out of frame. Like they're more. They could function more as characters within the background, and the environment is not just like a fully composed image. Because a lot of the stuff that I do is fully composed, where you have like very graphical, I don't know, it's harder to explain, but compositions that are more graphical, like this maybe, or something. Hey Vegas, hello! But anyway, today is going to be a little different, because I'm going to do some fan art. So, let's make my canvas thing. Vegas, I'm excited. I know you have news today. I don't know if you've done the thing that you were going to do yet. I haven't checked my own Discord, or anywhere else. So, if you have published the thing that you were going to publish, at some point today, or whenever you're welcome to talk about it, I will even talk about it. But yeah, I just woke up, so my brain is tired. But hope everything is going well for you, Vegas. You did? Oh, that's fun. And yeah, I can point people to it. Oh, there you go. You gave a little blurb thingy. Okay, yeah, I will. I'm sure I will ramble about it in a bit. But I gotta let myself like mentally wake up, because I'm tired and kinda, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things go today. But yeah, today I'm gonna do some fan art, some Minecraft fan art, which is very weird, because like, what does fan art of Minecraft look like? But it's of Hermitcraft. I guess it's more Hermitcraft fan art. But let me make a new file so I can put my references on stream, because there's some background. Not that you guys care about the background, and not background as in environments, but like infos, I guess. I don't know if you guys care, but I will give it so that people aren't completely out of the loop. But basically, there is this thing called Hermitcraft on Minecraft, which is a bunch of they call themselves hermits, but they are a bunch of Minecrafters who all play together on a server, and they have been doing so for many, many, many years. They are all content creators on YouTube, and I think the majority of them mostly just do Minecraft and just Hermitcraft stuff. But basically, they all build big, what do you call it? Like big projects that they set for themselves. Some of them have like little worlds and stories and stuff they tell. There's always some, like, each of them typically have some sort of theme, or they have some big project they want to work on. But they do like crossover episodes where like they don't just stick in their little corner of the world. They go and like visit and do other stuff, and they oftentimes work together. They have some sort of economy typically, where like if they need a material, there's probably somebody who has gotten that material or made a farm for it, so they will go and barter with them or trade or like interact with them, or they give each other stuff. That way not everybody is doing their own projects sort of in isolation. Anyway, it's a lot of fun, but there are some really cool builders in there, and some of them, one in particular, does a lot of like art content. I would say he talks about Minecraft and building in Minecraft like it's painting. Very similar even to maybe how I talk about it. I mean, you know, talking about things like values and contrast and composition, right? All the things. Anyway, I really enjoy his builds. I also just enjoy his videos because they're fun. His name is B-Dubs. So I'm going to do a painting based on one of the newest things, because Hermitcraft is new this year. Or they just started a new season. So there's like, they're all starting from ground up. All their builds are very like baby. So it's going to be fun. I'm going to do some Minecraft fan art. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. Sorry if that was a long, convoluted way, but of getting there. But that's what I'm gonna do. Hello, Lego Bimo. How's it going? All right, I got some stuff to read. Vegas, yeah, I did. It's only one page so far, as you have limited time to work on things. Yeah, no worries. Starting slow until I know how quickly I can go. I'd rather be slow and consistent than publish it all and be very inconsistent. Yeah, no, I think that's good. I think slow and steady is the way to do it, especially with stuff like that, because if you don't go slow and steady, you're far more likely to like not even burn out. I don't like throwing that word around, but just lose I guess motivation maybe. Also, I have a webcam I didn't turn on. But yeah, I think you're more likely to lose motivation if you try to go super fast, because you kind of, I don't know. I mean, maybe that is quite literally burnout, but to me, it's something a little different. It's more like I kind of have like a life cycle of things, and if I rush it, I don't know. I need to try Minecraft one of these days. I love the game where I can build stuff. Yeah, it's funny because funny thing about Minecraft, obviously it's a survival game, and you don't have to treat it as like a building game. You can also treat it as like a survival game. Like I play in hardcore often, which is like a permadeath mode. It's also set on hard mode, so things deal more damage. If you die, you die in real life. No, you lose your world, and it's I find it a lot of fun. But that's also where I build in Minecraft, is in hardcore. And so there's survival, but there's also creative mode, which is like you basically have God mode. There aren't things that can hurt you. You can fly around. You don't need to like collect all the blocks. You just have them, and you can treat it as like a Lego simulator, right? So there's different ways of playing Minecraft, and I'm normally a survival type player, and then I like to slowly build up stuff. And the thing that I'm going to do fan art of today, which is from Hermitcraft, they do play on survival, so they have to collect all the materials. Anyway, this is screenshots from, I'm not going to show the video, but it's basically if you just Google B00-100 or B-dubs, or yeah, that's basically it. But this is all like very, very basic stuff. He made like a garden last season, and then he has a big base, which it's not even big, it's tiny. But just like these I feel like are all gonna change, because like he's gonna have the background, I'm sure, done. But this is kind of like the painting, or how I think of it as the painting. He does a lot of like composition stuff, like when you walk up, there's like a little frame, and he frames things. Anyway, I really like the way he builds. These are all very, like, this is a very tiny build this season so far, because they just started, so this is like their starter home kind of thing, is what you call it. It's like the very first base you build, they call it your starter home. Typically, it's like easy to gather materials and that kind of thing. But yeah. Anyway, I want to do some fan art of this, kind of combining the two, because this is like to the right of this, so there'd be big trees here, but you can't see it because this view was taken before this was built, and then this also glows at night, so I kind of want to do a nighttime painting. When you die in real life. Yes, exactly, Unknown Andy. But no, I've always enjoyed, like, I don't really do this. Like, when I play Minecraft, I don't do these big builds, and I mean, I do a little bit. Like, I like to try my hand at it and do like texturing and stuff and make little fancy paths, but I don't go all out and make like giant builds or anything. So this is also one of the reasons why this particular Minecraft creator, B-Dubs, sort of resonates with me, because he typically builds quite small, unless he's doing like terraforming type stuff where he'll, you know, literally make a mountain out of materials that doesn't exist, or make giant rocks structures or something. But generally he builds pretty small, and he focuses on like the variation within blocks, and, you know, if he has flowers, it's not just the same flower everywhere, but there's, you know, some tall flowers, then some short flowers, and he'll find shapes that are similar to flowers and use them as flowers. And he just adds a lot of variation, like even in these trees, right? There's like lighter texture leaves and darker texture, there's thicker textured leaves and thinner ones, and he just adds variety to make it not feel, because in Minecraft you can get some very repetitive patterns because there's no variation from block to block, and so you can find clever ways to like reduce variation. Like if you have a see-through block, maybe you put a block behind it, right? And then the next one you don't put a block behind it, or you put different colored blocks behind it, right? Stuff like that. Anyways, and I really like that. I think that's something that I do in painting, where you try to like play around with different textures and or colors variation, right? You don't just want a solid blue rock or whatever, right? Or gray rock. You want a variety of textures, because light bounces around and gets all these different colors in here. And that's something that I enjoy, and so yeah, I just thought it'd be fun to do some fan art, kind of like, in some ways, sort of like the virtual plein air painting. Are blocks all the same from all four sides? So some blocks are, there's three, so there's three different answers to that question. Yes, no, and sometimes. It depends on the block. Some blocks have like different patterns on each side, so every side is different, but you can't rotate them. So it depends, like sometimes the blocks are oriented automatically from north to south or south to, you know, whatever. So it even though there's variation, it only is variation depending on where you're standing. Some blocks have variation, but you can rotate them depending on which way you're facing. And then some blocks don't have any variation at all. And then some blocks, I guess, only have like top-bottom variation, but no side-to-side. Like some tree blocks might look the same from all four sides, but top and bottom are different because they're like the stump part, right? It's like if you cut a tree. Or sometimes the planks will go vertical and they'll be the same on all four sides, but the tops will look different. So it kind of depends on the block in Minecraft, and which puts a lot of limitations on how you build with things, right? It's also some of the limitations that make it so interesting for me. So for example, with like bone blocks, they have like a, here, let me see if I can draw it. I could probably just show you, but I'm going to draw it instead. So like bone blocks have like a smooth white texture, kind of off-white, on, here's a block, right? They have a smooth texture on these sides, so it's like a smooth texture. How do I draw a smooth texture? Very smooth, right? It's like a smooth white texture. And then on the top, they have like a dark gradient, kind of, like a circle. You can think of it as like the thing in the middle, right? So what people will do, and this one is, you can't rotate it. You can't place this block on its side. That's something you almost never can do in Minecraft. You sometimes can place things, you know, directional this way, where like if you're standing one way. But with bone blocks, so what some people will do, they'll use them for like the ceiling blocks, because they kind of look like, especially if you're doing like modern stuff, they kind of look like water spots. when they're put against another block, there's like a white block. So if you have like a white block here, and then this one has like a weird dark water spot, so they kind of have like a look to them that makes them a little different than other blocks. And so there's a lot of stuff like that. They also have like an off-white color, so if you like, I think in this image, which you can't really see, I think these blocks here are bone blocks, and there's a little bit of a gradient from left to right, but they kind of blend in with like this other sandy block that he's using. Whatever, I don't even know what block it is. Anyway, not important. But yeah, so blocks are not all the same in Minecraft, or from all sides. And then there's some blocks that are specifically meant to be rotated, like terracotta, which has a literally different pattern on every side, and it changes depending on, like, it's not even a symmetrical design. So like if you had a block, why can't I draw? What's happening? Right, so terracotta might have a design like this or something, where like it's sort of, it depends on how you orient, because if you orient one way, you might get a design that looks like this, but if you orient it this way, you're going to get a design that looks like this. Right? This is a different type of pattern than one with the full circle in the middle. Yeah, so terracotta tiles, and so you have an option of either having this shape, right, or this shape. And so you can kind of pick, like, do you want that pattern or do you want this pattern? And then every color is a different pattern, and so it tiles differently. And so there's variation there. But as a single block, it's oftentimes hard to use and ugly, because how do you... Like, so here is an example where it's tiled, right? It's hard to see. I realized my... Anyway, so it... Yeah, no, I enjoy it. It's fun because of the limitations, but that's not as important as... I'm just going to paint some stuff. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of... what am I going to do? I'm kind of treating this less as fan art. Actually, here's what I'll do. I'm going to do two things. First, I'm going to make this... actually, what do I want to do? No, let's delete this. Okay, second, I'm going to turn on time-lapse. I'm gonna make a time-lapse of this, because I think it'd be fun. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. But I don't know exactly what I think I want to do this one at night, and then I'm gonna add in... So I actually have a plan. So in this screenshot, you can see how there's no stairs. I mean, there are technically some stairs here, but then in... Let's see if I can find it. Then in this one... In one of these... Now, maybe there are stairs in all of them. In this one, I think they come down further. So I kind of want to do something like that. I don't know. But what I do know is this color palette is awful. Or this warm brown. Or this yellow. Not this color palette. The color palette in the Minecraft thing is fun. But anyway, let's do like a... I don't know, maybe like a gray. Also, where am I going to put this? Hold on. I'm trying to set up my canvas. I think I want it over here. For some reason, it's just easier when it's on that side of me. Even though it fits better on the other side, I don't know. I'm not sure what I want to do. Today's going to be a chill day. Vegas says, I usually play Ark Survival Ascended. Nice. Heyo, Pat! Rachiana, hello! Sorry if I didn't catch people coming in. My brain is on slow mode today. Chat is not on slow mode, but I am. I'm just reading slowly. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to use basic functions. I feel like I should be... Oh, what is that? Why did that get so dark? Okay, I think that's nice. Some nice earthy colors. I think I want to do like a blue sky kind of painting. So here, maybe we'll do like a quick color palette thing. So I'm thinking we're gonna go nighttime. We're gonna use glowy colors at night. We're gonna do a lot of dark. So think like this kind of color. I think we're gonna do that. Yeah, a lot of glowy stuff. Maybe some lighter color for like the pinks. Oh. I don't know, something like that. I'm trying to think of color palettes here. And sort of have a nighttime feeling, maybe some gradients. I don't know. There's also some orange in here, because he put some little lanterns. I don't think I captured them. Yeah, I don't think so. But there's these little lanterns in here that are orange. So maybe some orange lights back here or something. But mostly it's gonna be this glowing stuff, and I want to like pepper the scene with it. But it kind of has that feel, you know? That's sort of gonna be the vibe, I think. At least of the first painting. If I do more than one, I don't know. But maybe I'll even add some color variation, like some blues. Why not salt the scene? I'm trying to figure out what I said that responds to. I know you're making a joke, but I don't remember what I said. I don't know what the pun is, because brain processing power is all the plants would die. What did I say? I said something, obviously. All the plants would die. Why not salt the scene? Salt the scene. Did I say something? Pepper? Oh, I must have said pepper the scene. Gotcha. Okay. I had to work backwards because I didn't remember what I said. You said pepper the scene. I see. Salt and pepper, yeah. No, you could salt the scene too. Salt the earth. Yeah, salting things is not good. I'm a pepper. Pepper is pepper. Hey, Pepperly, how's it going? So yeah, I think I'm gonna do something similar to this with these sort of colors, sort of cool tones, maybe a bit on the purpley side, maybe not. Deep blue. Not too blue? I don't think I want to go too blue. I don't know, do I want to go that blue? Salt is good for killing weeds, although it basically kills everything else too. Yeah. I think that's why people typically don't use salt for that, because it's bad for longevity for stuff like that. Yeah, nature knows no weeds. Jeffzilla, hello. Did I say hello? I think I said hello to you. Pepperly, obviously hello. In Vegas, hope everyone's doing good. How was everyone's... So everybody who celebrated Christmas, how was your Christmases? It doesn't differentiate? Yeah. Yeah, nature doesn't know what a weed is. It's either some plants thrive and some plants don't, and if there's a thriving plant and you don't want it, we call it a weed. If it's a thriving plant and you do want it, we call it natural. I mean, it's... Or I don't know what you call it. If it's a thriving... It's either then like a crop or... I don't know. Nice and quiet, yours? Mine was... Yeah, mine was nice and quiet, I think. Anyway, this is going to be the color palette, I think. I'm trying to sort of... I don't know. Do I want like a lighter blue in here? Maybe like a light blue from like a moon vibe. Something like that. This is not going to be the real painting that I'm doing. I'm just working very tiny. And then there would be some darker colors in here. Not actually green. We don't need it to be actually green. But something like that. Little shapes. And I'm not actually gonna make these shapes square. That's another thing I'm doing. Even though this is Minecraft fan art, I am going to embrace this sort of the shape design of the medium that I'm able to use, right? So obviously, you know, the person who made this went out of their way to like make it feel as organic as they can, right? They have little like you know, there's different height variations. The shape isn't perfectly round, right? There's variety in these shapes a little bit. Right, not everything is a full block. They use some half blocks. They use some 1.5 blocks, you know, or 2 blocks. Actually, these are all full blocks, I think. But, you know, there's height variety in here that they've used, right? Even this, which is like a carpet to make it look like it steps up. So it's, you know... Actually, I think this whole thing is on a half slab, so that this can step up half a block or a full block, depending on what they want. I think that's how he did it. So like his base building is a half the block up. So these are not full blocks on the ground. These are all... No, wait, they have to be. They have to be. Never mind. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe I'm confused. But anyway, yeah, so there's a lot of shape variation, and so I'm going to add some of that in, but I do want to keep it, I don't know, similar. But yeah, my holidays was quite chill. We kept it pretty low key. Like some people, like my sister, there's a step there. Yeah, I think there is a step here going down. I think so. I think there's a step right here. I know that sometimes builders will do this, where they will make the ground floor at 1 block up, just so that they can have that variation at ground level with a bit more variety of blocks. Because not every block has half slabs, or just slabs, I guess. There's only so many types of blocks that can have slabs in the game. And so if you want something like moss going half a block up, you can't do that with a slab. You have to build everything else around it going up. But anyway, that's kind of... yeah. But yeah, I think you're right, Druff. There's a thing going down. Anyway, so I don't quite know what I want to do today. I'm sort of doing little thumbnails, I guess. I was thinking I want to do a more graphical composition, kind of the thing that I sort of do. I don't want to say best, but a thing that I do most. And so maybe something like this would work, where I kind of paint the full scene. Like that or something, right? And then maybe I put the other things over here a bit. I don't quite know how tall those are, but something like that, maybe. Because it would be fun to do the stairs. That's one thing that I really enjoy about this builder's art, is the like this kind of thing, the sort of fiddly detail type thing. And I feel like this kind of close-up scene is nice. And one thing that can really shine on is stairs. So if we go, do I have a screenshot of stairs? This one. And if you do stairs, you can make the stairs like... Obviously, in Minecraft, there's only so many ways to do cobblestone stairs. You can add variety. You know, he added some wood in there because it has like a gray texture. But I feel like we could do a lot more, right? We could design the cobblestone. So I think that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm still going to try and get some of the other stuff in there. Yeah, actually, that's what I'm going to do. Because in this, we can add the cobblestone or whatever kind of path and stuff in here. So we could do little rock shapes. We could really get this, like, you know, the stairs some of them could be broken, right? We don't have to do the same thing. It doesn't have to be squares, right? We can add variety. So I think there's going to be some fun with that. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to jump right in and see how it works. Vegas says, I don't really do much for Christmas, but your mom came into town for a few days, so got to spend some time with her. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's pretty much all I do for Christmas as well. We kind of just get together as a family and eat some food, sometimes open presents. We had very minimal presenting this year. You know, mostly between parents and children. So, you know, I got my mom something, but I didn't get each of my siblings a thing. That, you know, they didn't get me things. So we just got the parent stuff, basically. We kept it pretty low-key today, or not today, but this Christmas. And it wasn't even like a completely full family. Like, I didn't see my sister. One of my sisters I didn't see on Christmas because they were with their partner's parents, I think, or maybe their other family. I don't know. They were with other family because, like, they have different families, right? You have the parents on both the mom and the dad side, but then you also have like their own family and stuff, and maybe they're doing that. So it was kind of it was a little bit fragmented. We didn't have like a super big Christmas. We kept it very chill, but it was nice. Okay, how do I want to approach this? I think what I want to do... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with a box. It's way easier for me to paint inside of a box. I don't know why. Actually, I do suspect I know why, but that's not really that important. I think the reason why is because, one, it allows me to see outside of it. It also forces me to make it smaller. It can also make it so I can fill up my screen with something, and it doesn't feel like I'm zoomed in. Whereas if I have the full screen, I feel like I need to zoom out to make it the right size, but then I have all this empty space, and then it feels weird. Whereas this, I can allow myself to basically zoom in, but still have it small on my screen. So I can fill the screen. Anyway, I think that's why. But I think what I want to do is have a bit of a... So let's start with... Oh gosh, how do I want to do this? I mean, I think I'm going to start... I think I want it to be nighttime. Yeah, I think I want nighttime. So let's start with just some blue. Cover that. And I realized how I made the squares. There we go. Or maybe not nighttime. I don't know. Well, I'll have to think about it. And then I want like a dark gray in the foreground. I'm gonna make this. I want a path leading in. So I'm thinking stairs. Kind of like this image, you know? But I want them to feel like we're looking up the stairway a little bit more. Or down it. I don't know what... Right? So a little bit more like this. And then it'll go over the eye line. And then we'll probably still have the thing over here. Kind of like this, basically. I'm basically just redrawing that. I don't know how much I want to put this tree in here. But I am going to shape design it my own way. It's not going to be the exact thing. I think that'll work. Maybe we could put some of these over here. The background isn't that important because it hasn't been designed yet in this game. So the B-dubs, the person making this, I feel like I need to say that because a lot of people aren't going to know the Minecraft creator names, and it's not clear. I don't know. But anyway, I think that it doesn't matter what this looks like in the background. I could do my own design to it because I'm 90% sure this will stay the same, or this will change. So I'm kind of just taking a lot of liberties here. But yeah, let's put in lots of color. Lots of stuff. Some light. We're definitely going to have to play with value because that's a big one that B-dubs plays with in his builds. Having, like, you know, it's harder to see it here, I guess, but, like, there's a lot of like, lighter material in here. But that, I don't know if that's going to come through. I do want a lot of depth of field in here. So, like, I want this to feel like we are kind of, I mean, sort of, I guess, like the image, right? But maybe I'll put the step a little bit closer to us. And then maybe we can put in some moonlight in here. Maybe some little stones on the side. Like, that's a thing. Like, I don't know for sure, but, like, I suspect little stones and stuff could come and be on the ground here. Like, if you could add them, that wasn't just like a... I mean, you could technically add buttons in Minecraft that look like little stones. They can make stone buttons. And you can make... Like, sometimes you'll put pebbles and stuff around. But I suspect if you could do that seamlessly in the dirt, it would just be a thing that you would do better, so... Or you would do. So I'm gonna add little stones and stuff around. Sprinkle the scene around. Also, this thing isn't gonna be exactly like that. But yeah, I wanna make it night because there's these little glowy things. These little plants that'll be around here. And I wanna sprinkle them around here, and I think we can make those look really cool at night. That's kind of the color palette. And then here's the shape. We can go a little grayer, probably. Grayer and darker. Going down. There's a step. Oh, yeah, that was a while ago. Yep, there is. I'm rereading old comments. That's okay. Hey, Commissar Skull, how's it going? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Now, what does this side look like? I don't actually know. I suspect, I think it's this. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Which I know this is also where these are, the big pillar trees. So I'm not sure if how I want to do that and how I want to frame it. But I suspect something like this. Also, this thing is... Yeah, it can have the flag. If we want it. I'm not quite sure I want it there. This could be those trees. But I'm kind of just trying to get in some values right now. And it's going to be at night. So it's sort of going to be... Yeah, something. Okay, let me find some references of stairs. Old stone stairs. Images. You know, stuff kind of like this, where you get these old stairs at various heights. I don't know if it's going to be quite like this. That's probably not exactly what I'm going to use, but stuff similar to that. Oh, well, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well, Cotton Cryon. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a very large image. Let's make that way tinier. You're cool, unproductive, but cool. That's good. Glad you're doing well. Yeah, today is going to be a very unproductive day for me, I think. It's just a chill day. I'm chilling out. I'm hanging out. Brain is functioning on like 3%. But you know what? I think I'll be okay. I actually enjoy these days a little bit. They can be kind of relaxing because I'm tired, but I'm not required to do anything right now, so I'm not. But yeah. Just keeping it very simple. What else do I want to do? So I think I do want these stairs, the way I mean, some of these are older photos than the others. But yeah, I do want this to like wrap around on the side, like in this one. So I'm going to focus on the stairs. I think the stairs are going to be my focal point here, not the building. The building will be off on the side. It more is just a shape. And then these, the number of stairs doesn't matter because it's more about the feel or the vibe of the stairs. Actually, I don't know if I like those. Let me find some more references. Ooh, this is kind of a thing that I like. I mean, this might be a little bit too rubbly, but it's close in some ways. And also, again, it's going to be hard to do this because we're doing a nighttime scene. But I think I can still add in a lot of, you know, broken bits here. Maybe little shapes like this, and then the top will be like stones or something. So we can kind of make it feel like stones sticking up with just putting these here. Maybe this one's a little bit more. You see more top surface of that stone, less of that one. Something like that, maybe. But yeah, I do like this stuff. There's some nice texture. I mean, again, I'm not gonna use the texture, but it's a nice reminder to, like, yeah, you can put different values in here. Add, you know, there's gonna be some dark green and some light green. And I think that to me is sort of what I like about this type of building in Minecraft, is like because he treats it like a painting, where he has all those variations of textures, right? He has variations of shapes. It's not just the same plant, you know, like a you know, green plant, the same green plant everywhere. He will use, he tries to vary it up as much as he can. And I've always appreciated that, because I think in painting that's what you do also, is you want a variety of brush strokes, you want a variety of textures and colors. You don't just put one color for a thing, but you add subtleties. And obviously at night it's harder to get those subtleties, so I don't know how much my painting will actually have that. But I do want to, you know, maybe put a little bit up here, a little pathway leading up here. So maybe there's some plants in here in the foreground, kind of going from here, up here. And I don't think there's actually these plants in the real thing. I'm kind of making them up. I mean, some of them exist. Some of these exist, but not all of them. Yeah, exactly. At night, subtleties are a bit more subtle. Yeah, most things are just shades of black at night. I mean, not literally black, but like the difference, you just can't tell. You don't get all that light bouncing around. And so, yeah, they aren't as subtle, or they're more subtle. I don't even know if that's true. I just think it isn't the subtlety doesn't exist as much. But yeah, maybe it's just more subtle. The subtlety is more subtle. Yeah, that's one way to say it, I guess. And then over here, maybe we put some, do we want these? I don't think we want the orange lights. I mean, I do want it to be kind of faithful to the actual design. And in the actual design, we have orange lights over here. But if I do that, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we do like a glow on the horizon, so like we can imply the orange lights back here without having to show them. Hey there, you're working on an existing sample or drawing new one? I'm doing fan art. So this is a Minecraft build by the Minecrafter BW100, or BDubs as he's called. I did not build this. This is just a thing, and I'm kind of doing fan art of it because it's sort of a work in progress, so it's not finished. But also, I thought it would just be a fun way to like, because like I think if you watch the videos that these came from, he kind of explains the vision more than like, even though it's not finished. And so you can kind of get a sense a little bit of the vibe, even if it doesn't quite come through in these screenshots. And so I'm kind of trying to capture the vibe a little bit, which means I'm changing, you know, I'm making it nighttime, I'm changing the lighting a bit. And yeah, I'm sort of So yeah, no, it's not my own thing. I'm keeping it pretty simple today. Keeping it pretty simple. And also just playing around with how to paint nighttime stuff. I don't really know, to be honest. I don't do a lot of nighttime painting. Or most of my scenes aren't at night, and when they are, they tend to be much more just graphical, which is fine because this is a very graphical base. Like it's composed in a way that is extremely simple. It's very like it has that flow to it, you know, where you have like a pathway going here, and you have lights, you know, you have different things pointing up towards the top, you know. There's definitely some. You know, there's definitely composition built in. The colors are decided, or we can re-add some. Oh yeah, I mean when you're painting anything, you can add whatever you want. So yeah, you can. I mean, yeah, you could change the colors. I mean, I'm definitely taking liberties with shapes, with placement of things. I'm not being super precious. I'm not just painting the image. In some ways, I am inventing some. I'm also focusing a bit. I'm gonna try to focus a bit more on the stairs, because that's something that, like, I guess what I'm trying to do, similar to when I do like virtual plein air painting, is I try to find what I like about a thing. But in this case, because it's a person who has a lot of content on YouTube, they've done a lot of building, I'm kind of taking the quality that I like about how they build and say, what could I do with that with painting, but not just Minecraft? And that is like the variety of the nuances of the shapes and stuff. Well, I can do something much different in painting, right? In Minecraft, you are limited by quite a certain blocks. In some way, that's what makes it so special when B-Dubs builds it, because he's using these limited blocks and adds tons of nuance and blocks in weird ways that you might never use. Although this isn't a great example of it. But there are still limitations, right? You can't have, like, a triangle point in one block, right? So if I wanted, like, broken stairs, it's hard to do that on, like, such a small scale. And so sometimes if he's working at this scale, there's just gonna be things he can't do in the ground, right? Because everything can only go up or down by typically only, like, half a block, right? And so if you wanted little subtle cracks that are smaller than half a block, like, you can't do it. And so there are some variations that you just can't get, and so I think it would be fun to add some of those. I think that's also why I wanted to do fan art as opposed to I mean, again, virtual plein air painting or plein air painting in general does a lot of this. You can, you know, make those choices on your own. But I think it's fun also when you kind of know what someone was going for, but maybe they were limited. It'd be a bit like if someone built something out of Lego, you know? And they were like, hey, can you paint this? Like, you know, Lego or Legos, I don't know if you call it plural or not, right? They're limited. They're limited by the blocks you can place. And so maybe you wanted to make a junk pile, right? And so you put a lot of different types of blocks that, you know, all these different things sticking out that make it very, you know, it kind of looks scrappy. But, like, you're still limited. And so when you're painting, you can make a junk pile feel much more junk pile-y because you can add things that Minecraft doesn't have or that Lego doesn't have. And so that's yeah, so it's sort of that. Like, I don't want to change it too much from the vision, but I also want to exaggerate in that direction. But I don't know how well it's gonna go. I'm kind of just having fun. That's still the ultimate goal. But, like, here's an example. So these little plants. There's little plants in here. You can see some of them. They're these greenish plants. there's only 2 types. Technically 3. There's 3 types. There's a vine, and then there's a tall plant, and then the tall grass and the medium grass. So there's like 2 blocks, 1 block, and then these things which can go much higher. And there's really only 3 variations. Well, I know for a fact, if there was more, B-dubs would have used more, right? He would have added more variations if he had options. He just didn't. So that's something that I think I could do, is let's add in some variations, right? Maybe there's some vines, maybe there's some different shapes. And so this is where I can just kind of, you know, almost scribble it in, go a little bit wild. You know, just add, maybe it's different brushes, some texture. You know, I want to add in, you know, all sorts of stuff that maybe wouldn't be there. So I'm going to try and keep it very painterly, I think. Oh, is that what you meant? Oh, is that what you meant by pick a color? Oh, gotcha. So yeah, no, I'm happy to do a thumbnail, Rosie. I didn't realize what you were asking. You were talking about... Oh, you were talking about the redeem option. I didn't know that. Okay, so for the, yeah, I can do a thumbnail with those colors. It's not going to be in this painting because this is fan art. And this is different than what I normally do. But yeah, I can, here's what I'll do. I will do a thumbnail with those kinds of colors. And I'll use it next stream. I think I misunderstood where you were going with that. So let me do this. Let me open that. I'll delete these. I'm gonna save it. Do you want it in the same painting that I'm working on now? Like, do you want the pink in that painting? But yeah, how are you, Rosie? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I didn't name it right. Okay, so the color that you picked was, let me get the RGB colors, 255, 255, 164, 164, 204. So like a bright pink. So like the color of your name. It's close to the color of your name. That's the color. At least that's the color I'm seeing. I like that. So if we do something like that, I actually do think combining it with the blue would work. But if we go really, really gray, or even like purple, maybe. So we still use the pink, but or maybe even like a deep red, like that. So we can use it as a light source. Right, it can like shine in. I think if we do put it as a light source, though, I want to change the hue, maybe down towards the horizon. It'll go a little bit lighter, and then up top, we can go a little bit like. We can add some variety, something like this. Maybe we add another color in here, like a teal or something. Very subtle. Not a ton of it, but... Oh. And then here, yeah, and then we can... Yeah, that way we'll use this as the lighting. Something like that. That could be a fun thumbnail. Now, what do I want to do? Maybe there's a house. I could see like a cozy little house here. Sort of a cute... I don't know. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Kind of like I don't know. like a potion shop or something, you know, just kind of whimsical. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe not that. Some little window, big dormer window thingies, maybe? Maybe some other additional window here. Maybe there's one in the front that goes this way. I guess not really a dormer window. Kinda. Makeshift dormer window. It's something. There. Maybe something like that. I don't know what's happening over here, but we could add like a little cottage with some pink, and then on here I'm gonna try to use the lighting a bit more, since I kind of neglected that a little bit. That pink lighting. Add it back in here. And also, if we have pink lighting, maybe we can go really, really deep in the shadows with pink. Maybe something like that, and then these could go further away. Oh. Not that. That's not further away. That's the opposite. That's closer. There we go. I like this. I like the... And then, of course, I'm going to add some little plant life and things around here. Some of them can be pink. Some of them can be green. I think the variety here is nice. Again, I'm keeping the color palette very, very simple. It's basically just 2 colors. Maybe some of these trees are kind of like that. Maybe we do like little paths in here also. So this is kind of a tangent from the Minecraft fan art, but it's close. I am, you know, surprisingly there are some similarities here. Maybe a little stairway. I like some of the... There's a little bit of blue in here. Or it feels like there's a little bit of blue. So I'm going to add some of that as actual blue. Just add, I don't know. Just in here as like variety. Again, I don't... Almost doesn't even matter what those textures are. Just bouncing around light. That's the thing about light. It just can kind of do... You can kind of... It can make it feel like it's working. Also, maybe there's like a pond here or something. And so you get some of this like ledgy stuff. Or maybe it's grass, I don't know. Maybe some grassy colors. I don't know. How's that? Does that... I think that works. Trying to frame this, put it on a little hill, right? Kind of sits up there. Get these shapes in the background. I'm not... The sky is interesting, for sure. Maybe bright pink windows. Kind of like it. I don't know if that's quite what you had in mind, Rosie, but that is Maybe we'll do a last pink glow dodge in here. Something like that, maybe. A reddish pink. Oh, that's a brush. Hold on, let's do soft brush. Yeah, that is a... I like it. I like the pinks. I like the greens. That's not bad. I think some of this stuff, again, we can introduce some grays in here, even though this is very, very pink feeling. I do want to allow for a variety of different grays. That's something that can make those pinks that we do have sort of jump out at us is by using those grays as a base. So like even that's a fun thing about color is that you can look at a painting and say, wow, that's such bright colors. But really, if you color pick, most of it is basically gray. And then you have a few spots where it is really, really bright or like really, really pink and saturated. But most of it, even these blues or greens, if they look really saturated, they're not, right? They're quite desaturated. Now we could, right, if I were to go something like this, it actually doesn't feel that different, right? Like these are pretty close. One is very, very saturated and the other is very, very gray. But because they're a slightly different hue, and they're both similar value, they do feel pretty similar. And that's kind of the tricky part of some of this is like, you're allowed to use these very gray colors and they can feel vibrant even when they're not. Whereas if everything was that vibrant, I think it wouldn't feel right. It would feel overwhelmingly saturated. The colors would just feel wrong. Anyway, there's a little... a little pink house. It even has a little heart-shaped window. I feel like that works. I don't know. I feel like the vibes are there. If I do say so myself. Not sure what's happening in this corner of the building, though. Or here. And again, I'm not going into detail on this. If this ends up winning the vote next time, then we can obviously run with it. But I think for now, that's not too shabby. That works. I think that works. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this, and this will be next stream's first thumbnail. And then from there, we may vote on it, and we might continue it, but we will see. So this will still be here next Sunday, but which, by the way, not next Sunday. What am I talking about? Next Monday. Next Monday is the 29th. Or this coming Monday. And my birthday is on the 30th, so I have a birthday on Tuesday. So that's a thing. That's happening. I'm not doing anything for it for stream, but just letting you guys know. Also, funny enough, if we compare this and this one's way... The one I just did is way cooler. Maybe we can introduce some of those things in here. Some value... some brightness, maybe some of that red or something. I mean, this one, yeah, I don't know. Let's just see. Maybe some lightness in here, adding in some bright patchwork tile type stuff where that light's shining down with the moonlight. Again, don't quite know where I'm going with it, but we will see. I think I made it a little too dark. That's the trouble with nighttime scenes. I struggle with them for that reason. It's just hard to get enough light. But I guess what we can do, we can always bring in lighting. We can always bring in some, like, fill light, even if it's not there entirely. We can just basically artificially make everything brighter. Sort of upping the exposure, essentially, is... We talked about this last stream a bit. It's like if you have a camera and you just let more light come in, or you let it be there for longer. I don't really know the difference between those two. I'm sure there is one, but... Yeah, maybe someone who knows cameras can let us know. What's the difference between... Is there a point where a longer exposure on a lower exposure, or, like, what do you call it? The aperture being closed more, but exposing it for longer is the same as just having a shorter exposure time, but letting more light in? Is there a point where those two overlap, or are they so completely different that they are never in any way related? Because I feel like they're just two ways to allow light in, and there must be an overlap where, like, I don't know, maybe, again, camera person, tell me. Say that again? Okay, so with it, maybe I'm using my terms wrong, so I'll try to explain it. So when you have your lens, you can, like, you can open your lens, like, a lot, right? Or a little bit, right? So, like, opened your lens a lot would let a lot of light in, right? But if you close your lens and only let a little sliver in, right, less light comes in. But if you allow it to be exposed for longer, it lets more light in, right? So, is there a point where those two, like, both are ways to limit light, right? The length it's open and how much it opens, right? So you could have it all the way open, but do a quick flash, and the light that's in will come in, or you could have it very closed, but you could expose it for a long period. Is there a point where those two things could effectively give you the same result in the right situation? I don't know if I think I explained it worse this time, but basically, like, because, like, or are they so totally different? Vegas is saying it depends on if you're catching motion or not. If the object is in motion, a longer exposure will create motion blur. If it's purely static, it's probably relatively similar. Yeah. I guess I'm probably talking about for a static image. So for a static image, is there a point where if you just had the exposure time a long time for like, you know, so let's say it's yeah, like a longer exposure with a closed lens versus an open lens for a short period of time. Is there a point where you could get more or less the same image? Like, sure, I guess how I'm thinking is, like, you basically have, like, a graph, right? You have two lines, and at some point they have to intersect, right? Of, like, because but maybe not. Maybe there's, like, angle differences, or I don't know how it works. I don't know enough about photography to even know how to frame the question, but I suspect, because, and this is why sometimes I talk about them interchangeably, is like, you're just letting more light in. Whether you do it because you allow the light to come in longer or not, for me it doesn't, like, maybe it is a big difference, but I don't know. This is where just going out and testing it would be the way to do it, because then you could see. But yeah, Vegas, that's a good point with movement. And that's when you deal with time, is with movement. If things aren't moving, then does the time really matter? That sounds like a philosophical question. It wasn't, I swear. It's a different effect, sort of, but on a purely static image, you probably get a similar outcome. Gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of what my brain was telling me. Like, it just sort of intuition sort of would make sense. Also, I don't like these colors. Ooh, here we go. I like those colors. Glow dodge. See, now we're going very blue. Maybe I will make it very blue. I think that, so the reason I want to go blue, I think, I'm changing my opinion, is because I think this is going to give us a more red color. And this, in the art, so not my art, but in B-Dubs' Minecraft art build, his build, that is also art, this is red. And I don't want to actually make it red, I want to make it blue or desaturated. And I think that's a good way to do it, is by having that very bright. But then here, I want to bring in some of this gray. Again, I don't want to go too crazy here with the color and the blobbiness. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. That's my limited knowledge. It's let's see. On a purely static, it's probably a similar outcome. That's my limited knowledge, though myself. So I take that with a grain of pepper. I mean salt. Yeah. A grain of salt, grain of pepper. Pepper something in and salt it. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's yeah, that's kind of how I thought of it. I didn't think of the motion thing, so that's a good addition to that. But yeah, I do have a hunch they're... It's funny, because like when I'm talking about exposure, right? Like I'm talking about basically how much light are we letting in the scene. I don't care if you do that by just... However you get the light in the scene, that's what I mean, right? Whether you let more light in through the lens, or you just let light come in for longer. I'm just talking about increased light, right? It's like taking a light and just saying, what if we lightened it up just a smudge, you know? And sometimes that's what I'm trying to do in a nighttime scene, just making things brighter, but still give the impression that it's nighttime, rather than making it literally dark. So yeah, I do want to go very painterly with it. And as I said before, the reason is because I think that fits the way that the original... one, because I like painterly. Really, that's the ultimate thing. But I think it's funny, because like the way... Me liking painterly stuff, I think, is also a reason why I like B-Dubs' Minecraft builds, is because he thinks like a painter. Right? He adds that variety and that texture, and he softens edges, and he makes some shapes blend in to their environment, and some shapes will stand out. He thinks a lot about silhouette, and like, he does the things that painters do. And it's, you know, obviously you can't literally paint in Minecraft. I mean, you know, it still blocks at the end of the day, but I think with painting, with actual, like, what I'm doing, right, pixels, I guess, I do have a lot more room to play around with that type of stuff, right? I can literally smear edges and blur things. So, I'm trying to bring some of that in there. There's a dark band around here. Again, even though there's a dark band, I don't know if this is gonna, you know, this is night, so I don't want to go too detailed on this building. But these are the underside of this thing. It's sort of, I don't know if you'd call this a focal point or not. This was supposed to be, like, on a ledge up here, which doesn't really feel like it. Maybe we put... Oh! Yeah, there's a function in here. It's like a... I think it's vaguely like a grain mill. There's like well, I think originally I don't actually know. So this was the starter house of B-dubs. I think my hunch is he originally planned it kind of like an old grain mill with like the inside had a column that goes straight down, and there was kind of these like thingies, like rafter looking things off of it, and I think that was going to be like the, you'd almost have like something turn it from the inside, or it would be turning. Maybe there was going to be like I think a water wheel might have been involved at some point. Maybe there's still going to be there might still be a water wheel planned in the build. No, the mill doesn't serve as a gameplay mechanic, no. Just inspired from that. Like, I think the idea was eventually, he's gonna have... No, it's aesthetic in the sense that it doesn't actually have a... Like, you don't have moving parts like that in Minecraft. I mean, you can kind of do stuff like that with redstone. You have, like, circuitry in Minecraft, and you can rig things up to do things, but not like a big stuff like that. Not really. But, like, I suspect there's going to be waterfalls coming down here, and then he will have, like, a water wheel or something. But it's not actually going to turn anything, and the water wheel's not going to turn. You could probably make it turn, but it's not functional like that. There is grain, and you can grow stuff, and I don't even know if that was intended as a grain thing. I don't exactly know what the inspiration for this was, but... Also, I don't even know if it's on my screen right now. Yeah, so I don't know. But yeah, I think essentially it was the starter base, the function of that. Hey, Foxology, yeah, I do like B-dubs. Yeah, B-dubs is great. Yeah, I like him. So I was talking about this earlier. I really like him because the way he talks about Minecraft is like how a painter talks about painting, right? All the things from variety of texture and edges to different stuff. And so, yeah, I want to do some fan art. But yeah, so in game, the real function is it's functioning as a base. It's, typically when you start a Minecraft world, you start with nothing. And so when you get things, you need a place to put it all. You kind of make a base of operations. That's what that is, right? That is his starter base. It's where his storage is. It's where he puts things. He probably, I think it may go into the ground a bit. It doesn't actually, yeah, I'm doing some fan art of B-dubs' build from the new season of Hermitcraft. But yeah, there is no function in the sense of like, this thing's not turning. There are some functional builds, there are farms. But could you technically put all your stuff out in the open? Yeah, absolutely. Nope, beds don't need shelter. Not really. So at nighttime, zombies come out, and creepers, which will blow up things if they spot you and run into you. There's technically danger at night, but as long as you have it well lit, or lit well enough, I should say, then you'll be fine. So, no, you don't technically need a shelter for your stuff. Yeah, typically you want just proper lighting around, maybe a wall or something. I mean, you don't really need it. It's not super important. So, yeah, I don't know. I would say no in the sense that, do you need a shelter? No. Beds don't need a shelter. You cannot... So what beds do is when you sleep in Minecraft, it turns night to day, which then zombies and stuff that are exposed to the sunlight will burn up, and they'll go away. And so daytime is safe, nighttime is not safe. Beds just turn it from day to night, so you can skip the night. But there's also things that you want the night for, like certain mobs that you might want to kill that only spawn at night. So there is a reason to not have it night, or to not have it day, I should say. But yeah, you can't sleep if there's a monster nearby. So in that sense, you kind of do need a place to sleep. So you either need like a place lit well enough that you can still sleep at night, or you need some actual like a structure. But yeah, actually it was kind of a theme of this series, or one of the episodes of the newest Hermitcraft season, where B-dubs was basically saying, last season I didn't really have a base. He basically just slept out under the stars. He had all of his stuff strewn about. And typically that's kind of the how it starts, is everybody just starts collecting stuff, and then they have no real place to put it, and then they have to build themselves like a storage space. And so a lot of the hermits this season were like, okay, day one, we're going to start a house. We're going to get a place to put stuff. And of course, it never happens. But it's always, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do... but yeah, Foxology, how are you? Okay, so I am going to do this. I'm going to make this larger, because I'm happy with where this is going. I liked the colors that we're choosing. We're making a nighttime scene. I do want to play around with the composition, because I don't like that this is so near the edge. So I'm just going to smudge it. Actually, we could do this. We could first extend it out, and then we're going to bring it in a little bit. Yeah, I'm not making this exactly the way that B-Dubs designed it, because one, it's not finished, so I don't really know how it's designed. But I'm basically, I want to play around with mark making, brush strokes, just the painterly stuff, add variety of textures, add a variety of shapes, do some shape design, kind of the things that you hear him talk about a lot in his builds. Obviously, you can't do all of that as well in Minecraft, right? But you can still add a lot of different mark makings. I'm doing good. I'm also working on some fan art, but for Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Oh, nice! I've never played the game, but it seemed cool. The Ark server I play on has an internal currency, and building huge bases for people is how I tend to make money, since I don't really care for breeding as much as it is got a bit boring and tedious. Gotcha. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, I don't know anything about Ark, but yeah, survival games are cool. Yeah, in Hermitcraft, there's a bit of a currency system. They just trade things for diamonds. And so every hermit, there's like 30 of them or something. I don't know how many there are. But they typically, I think they do a fair amount of planning when the season starts. I don't know how much planning, because a lot of it's behind the scenes, but I suspect it's quite a bit. A lot of them know their full plan of what they're going to build basically on day one. Some of them, others kind of make it up, but I think even the ones who are making it up as they go, I think they tend to still know what materials they're going to use, and a lot of them have plans for, like, I am responsible for collecting this material because the server's going to need it and somebody needs to build it, right? So if you need it, then typically you'll build a farm for it so other people can use it too. And so there's kind of this currency system of, like, everybody builds some amount of farms, and they sometimes will have like a storyline. I suspect there's like a north versus south versus east versus west type of thing going on this season, because they kind of have it split up into like quadrants, and they have like different people, and then different people on different sides of the server are kind of building the same farm, so it seems kind of clear there's going to be some like storyline plot going on. But it's sort of, it's fun. It's fun for the viewers, but like they still get to build more or less the things that they want to build. But they do work together in that way. They have some currency system. Some of the players will build like every farm in existence, while others will just build the stuff they need. But some will just trade for stuff. But yeah, the planning stage starts before the previous season, like Tango working on Decked Out 3. Yeah. Some of them will build games in Minecraft in the server. Some of them will just have like a storyline or some sort of thematic thing. Sometimes they tell you up front what they're doing. Sometimes they leave it kind of as a mystery to unfold from episode to episode, because they're, at the end of the day, they're all content creators, and they're all like, they're trying to, like, you know, make an interesting series kind of. And some of them do it like, you know, each episode is like just them building a new thing, and so there is no real plot or anything. And yeah, it kind of varies. And I feel like, you know, I don't know. I think when I think of B-Dubs' build, the thing I'm kind of painting a fan art of today, I tend to think of him more as like each episode he'll build a new thing, and he just kind of builds out. Sometimes he'll have like an anchor point. So he might have, for example, he might have like a scene that he really liked. So let me find it. Like this. So he might have like a view he likes, and then as the season goes on, you know, this mountain will change, and he'll redesign this mountain back here, and he'll fill out the picture. And so sometimes he'll have like a picture. I know sometimes he'll do a thing where he made a really long road in one of his worlds, and then as you walk along this super long road, you'll get these little viewpoints, and in each viewpoint he'll do like a build, so that's sort of like a nice, pleasing trip to go down this little road. So sometimes he does that, where like the road is the story. As you go along the road, there's sort of different little landmarks. Sometimes it's style-based, and, you know, it'd be like, I'm going to build a lot of, like, Roman-themed stuff, or I'm going to build a lot of Egyptian stuff, or I'm going to build a lot of whatever. So yeah, it kind of depends. Everybody has a different way of playing Minecraft, but that tends to be how I think of it. Vegas says, I just beat Clair Obscur. Nice. Honestly, it's a great game to play as an artist. Yeah, the planning stage starts before it. Yeah. You don't want to give stuff away, but this is very true. Yeah, it does seem like it. From what I could see, I don't know if I'll ever play it, but it does seem like that. Okay, let's make this a little more picturesque. Let me try to plan the... And yeah, I wanna do some stuff with the shapes. A lot of the shapes are already like designed well, but I do want to come in here and see if I can't make some shapes that maybe you wouldn't be able to get in Minecraft, you know? Or at least not on the scale that we're working with. That doesn't look like the type of tree that we're looking... I'm trying to make it look like a bonsai tree. Speaking of Lego, I have a Lego bonsai tree behind me. I don't know if you can see it. It's a little dusty. A Lego bonsai tree. It's kinda... yeah. It's very dusty. I need to brush it off. But yeah, there's a Lego bonsai tree. So kind of that shape. If it's not your style of gameplay, JRPG-ish, turn-based combat with narrative focus, that's super valid. But yeah, no, I don't know if I'll ever play it. It's not because it's not my type of game, but just, I don't know, just time, I guess. Not limited time to do all the things I want to do, and there's a lot. I enjoy lots of things, and yeah, I just don't foresee myself playing it, but maybe I will. Never say never. It's definitely possible I would play it. The game I've been playing lately is called Dave the Diver. I've been playing a lot of Dave the Diver lately. I just got it day before Christmas. Been playing, already put a bunch of hours into it. It's been a lot of fun. I've really been enjoying it. You have the same Lego set, but Cherry Blossom. Yeah! So the Lego set that I got, it's the same Lego set, and it came with both Cherry Blossom and green. So green and pink. Yep. Yeah, I chose to do the green one. But yeah, I could have done the cherry one. So this is bigger than the house. I don't know if I like that. But yeah, it's a neat Lego set. I enjoy it. Anyway, there's this. Do we want stuff over here? we could do something like this, where it's like a bigger mountain back here. Maybe something like that. See, I don't like... I'm losing the form here. That's what I don't like here. I feel like this doesn't feel like it's going behind it very well. Maybe it's a scale issue. And also, this is not clear what all that is. Maybe something like that. I could do that. Make a little pathway up here. Yeah, I'm kind of losing the plot here of how I want to paint this. Let me find back the general angle. Maybe something like this, adding some depth in here. I think for me the biggest thing is this stuff feels maybe that's what it is. Maybe we need just more. This needs to come forward more. I kind of made this stuff feel too far away, when really it would be a lot bigger. I think that's what the problem is. This should be a lot bigger. And then these can be more like different shapes of bushes. So like, for example, if this is a shrubbery, here's a shrub. Right, and maybe there's another shrub over here. I don't know. I think I will get this working somewhere to something that I like eventually. But right now, I'm not liking it. Also, it's kind of foggy, but that's fine. The fog is okay. Did I say hi, Roy? I don't know if I said hi, but hello. Hope you're doing well. Maybe we do this. Maybe we make shapes go this way. I don't know. This is lighter, so we need a lighter material. But again, it's hard to go too light because... well, it's hard to go too light because it's nighttime. And at nighttime, light stuff gets very... well, even that gets dark. But it also gets blue. So we can probably go bluish up here. Little bits of blue. And then the blue is topped with green. So maybe we go in here and put greenery down here. but not too much, right? It's... And by green, I mean not actually green. I mean, it doesn't have to be real green. Something like that, maybe? Okay, now, do I like where this is going? Oh, I just turned on something that I didn't mean to. What did I do? I wanted to merge everything together, and then I wanted to smudge some stuff. Smudging away to kind of... I think these things here... Let me see. I took a screenshot somewhere. These things here are a little bit cramped, I think, is my conclusion. And there's also some, like... elevation change here. But I do think this is kind of nice. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do this. Because these can be not really in focus, right? They don't need to be, because they're just these tall plants. They're off on the side. They're kind of like a framing device. They don't need to be super in your face or anything. But in this particular composition, they're not quite doing it for me. I feel like I need something here. You know, some maybe little plants, or maybe they're more distant, so they're lighter. But something sort of vertical element here. I mean, I guess that's also where the tree comes in, right? Because the tree can kind of lean out, maybe? Maybe that's what we do. Tree can lean out. I think there's a flag pole here. I'll put the flag there. I don't know if he makes the flagpole. Yeah, I don't know. I think that works. I'm just trying to like frame it in a similar way that he has it framed. It doesn't have to be perfect, but then I do want to play around with some of the foreground a lot. That's gonna be one of my fun things to play around with, I think. And I want to actually put some details in here beyond just a smudgy painting. I am trying to think about values. I kind of feel like maybe we even put the stairs here. Maybe that's what we do. Move the stairs around a little bit. And so these are on the sides. Kind of like that. I do like this, though, or some of this. And then this thing in the foreground. I don't know. This is a dirt path, and I know... I'm pretty sure it was... Oh, you know what? We could even put the little statues in here. There's little statues. That are a bit reddish, I think. I think they were going to be red. Uh-oh, I didn't just crash, did I? No. Okay, let's go back. This one, oh, by the way, this is a thumbnail I'm going to bring back next stream. Rosie redeemed it. It was a color one, and pink was the color. And so that was the thumbnail I did. I'm quite happy with it, actually. That was a nice, yeah. I quite enjoyed that one. I'm closing it now, though, but it will be remembered. Same for this one. This is what we did last stream. This will also be remembered. I'm going to close this, though, to save space on my computer, because right now my computer is struggling. I felt like I needed to say that because, yeah. So now, I don't know what I'm doing in the foreground here. I haven't figured it out yet. I will probably continue some of this stuff this way and sort of do like a fade to fog effect. And then in here, I don't know. Maybe continue the stones. I could go like this. Again, this might be the solution, is to go like a very, very foreshortened thing. I don't know. I'm still losing some depth, some three-dimensionality to this. Some overlapping shapes. Maybe we do this. Maybe we go like this. And then we make this a dark shape. I'm kind of in problem-solving mode because there's something that I don't like with my painting, and I'm not quite sure what it is. And that happens a lot when you're painting. Where you're just like, you're not quite sure how to fix a thing. I think that works. And then here I'm gonna add a little bit of bright from like the sky, because I do want these to be like stairs. There's stairs going into the distance. But not just any stairs. I want to actually paint the stairs a little bit. Which might mean that I make them a little taller in the foreground. I haven't done a ton of perspective yet in this, so it kind of works. But yeah, this is where my references... I do have some stair references in here. Something like this. Just for like these kind of crumbly stairs a little bit. I mean, not too crumbly, but a little crumbly. You know, maybe there's some rocks in here as they get, you know, things upturned. You're gonna have bits of this stair sticking out, so you might have this edge here, this edge here, this edge here, that edge there. I don't know if that looks good. And then, of course, on the ground plane, we can... The ground plane does have dirt, though, and I do want to be a little bit faithful to the textures. Or to the materials. Hey, Merry Christmas, Stiller. Luna, Merry Christmas to you as well. Hope everyone had a good Christmas. My Christmas was very low-key, very chill, but it was nice. Not too much drama. No, but I am glad that the holiday season is coming to an end, though. It's a little too hectic for my taste. I have a birthday coming up still on the 30th, but mostly it's over. But yeah, between like all the holidays and I don't know, this year was better than most, I will say. I think this year was better than most for Christmases because it wasn't as hectic. I didn't feel like there was as much pressure to like do the whole thing. We all kind of agreed in some ways to keep it pretty chill, which I like. I like that. I don't like it too insane. So I had a very low-key Christmas, which I like. Okay, do I like that though? I mean, it is a nighttime scene, and nighttime scenes are hard to pull off for this reason. Let me try something. I'm gonna do a new layer. I'm gonna do a multiply layer, and this might make it a little too dark for a moment, but that might be okay. So just bear with me if I'm making my image awful. Well, that's a me problem. Yep, Loki, Thor, all of those. Last year was a Thor Christmas. This one is a Loki Christmas. Okay, so here's that. Very, very dark, and I realize how absurd that is. You love the colors? Ah, thank you, Link! Evening! Stephanie Doak, hello! Wait, I feel like I remember you. I'm bad at remembering names, especially on YouTube, but Stephanie Doak on YouTube, hello. Hope you're doing well. I don't know why I'm bad at remembering just YouTube names. Gotta lurk for a bit. Now it's gone. Oh, so beautiful painting, now it's gone. Yeah, I made it, I made it vanish. I wanted to just play around with the lighting and make it a little darker for a moment, just to see. One of the things I like to do is make something very, very dark, and then you bring back in the light and see if there's a point where like you're more happy with it. And like how, I don't know. Like I don't want it too dark, but I do want the foreground to be dark because I want to add some glowing like plants. So, like, maybe this is too dark, but this other one is too light, and maybe somewhere in between. Right, because I want these to glow. If I can do this right. I want some glowy... Wait, is this not glowing? I don't know why that's not glowing. But yeah, I want it to be a little glowy. Also, I was thinking about orange, having some orange in here. I don't know if there's orange in the actual build, but I do feel like some orange could be nice. Not that much. I mean, it's a little much, but maybe something like that. Sort of up at the focal point. Is that too glowy? I don't know. It's a lot. Your listener, well, maybe not. I just feel like the name's very familiar, Stephanie. You said your little sister had your phone for a bit, so maybe. I probably, well, if it wasn't you, then probably not. I just feel like your name sounds familiar. But maybe that's just because most of the time I talk to people on Twitch. And on Twitch, people's names are like names that aren't real names. You know what I mean? Like Vegas's name, it's just Dark Era New Vegas. That's like not. Whereas on YouTube, most people have like first and last name type of things or something similar or much more. I don't know. I've just noticed that on YouTube, there's a lot more like name sounding names. And so something about like hearing a first name, I don't know. It's something weird like that where it makes me, it feels like seeing a first name stands out to me more. Okay, do I like this though? I kind of, what if I'm afraid of ruining this, but I want to just like add saturation. I don't know why. I'm just in a saturated mood. Is that a thing? A saturated mood? It is now. What if I just took like a blue? Makes sense since most people's accounts are made from their Gmail. Yeah, I mean, I think that for some reason makes it so I remember names easier. Or like for example, if a Jonathan pops by on YouTube, I'm more likely to mix them up because I don't see that many similar names on Twitch. But like if two different Jonathans stop by, I'm on YouTube, I'm more likely to mix them up because I'm just going to remember Jonathan. You know what I mean? So I think there's a little bit of that, where like maybe there was another Stephanie who popped by on YouTube and I'm like, oh, I know you, but I probably don't. That's my theory. What's wrong with this? What is wrong with my painting? Somebody tell me. Maybe I don't like... Stephanie says, I was drawing for a long time and now I'm finishing your drawing. Oh, nice! Well, if you'd like to share it, you're more than welcome to. I'd love to see what you're working on. Okay, I'm going to try something else here. I'm going to try an edit layer, a tonal correction, hue saturation. I'm going to do something very stupid. No helicopter. That's it. There should have been a helicopter in the painting. No, what if I crank up the saturation? See, I think it's a matter of warmth. Okay, I think I found the problem. I think it's the warmth. Zumolel says, I feel that with a lot of names on Instagram. Sometimes people change profile pictures and I just don't know who they are anymore. Yeah, I kind of get that where like... Yeah, name recognition is really tricky online. I struggle with it. Whether it's thinking people are people who they aren't, or forgetting who people are that I should know who they are. Okay, you know what? I don't think my saturation's off. I think it is... Well, I do think my saturation's off, but I think I need more colors that read as warm. So maybe this, I can drop the saturation. Actually, maybe not that. Maybe this up here. I can drop the saturation up here to make it feel... Well, this isn't just dropping saturation. This is just adding gray, but essentially the same. This is dropping saturation. Where else can I drop saturation? I guess the stones. It's not bad. Something like that. With Twitch name, color affects quite a bit. True. Yeah, I think you're right. I think color affects a lot on Twitch. Yeah. Same for name length. I don't know. I have a... It's kind of how in like real life, if someone tells me their name, I probably don't remember it because I'm focused on all the other things about them, right? Their hair color, how they look, right? The way they talk and sound, the things we talked about, right? So in real life, I remember you based on all these things, like where we met. But I might forget your name on first meeting because that's how I am. I'm thinking about all the other things, right? At least that's what I tell myself. On Twitch, I'm kind of the same. I sort of remember all the other things, right? I remember it's not just your name, it's also the color of your name. That I don't know, but for some reason on YouTube, I don't do that. It's just the name. So like, or not, maybe not. I don't even know. I just have a hard time with YouTube. Maybe I'm just making excuses. It's my age. My memory is failing or something. I'm getting old. That's it. That's my excuse. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna come in here and just add all this variety. Different colors of gray in here. Some dark grays, some light grays, some blue grays. And I want it so that when I'm done here, you can at least tell these are steps. I mean, you can kind of tell they're steps already, but... Excuse me. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. I think. I mean, I'm kind of becoming happier with it. I mean, I should... Maybe happy is not the right word. I'm satisfied with it. I never am unhappy. Like, it doesn't actually affect my mood when I don't like a painting. Not really. I think that's something I do that confuses people. Bless you. Thank you. What goes well with navy blue? I mean, I feel like in general terms I could talk about that, and like I think I could get it right, but I think I mean, I think for me it tends to be more like warm and cool combos. So it's not about this color specifically, it's more about like a collection of colors and a collection of other colors, right? Having some light colors and some dark colors, having some warm colors, some cool colors, having, you know, if there's a large variety of one of the warms, then having maybe a smaller variety of the cools, right? And it's kind of balancing it that way, where there's sort of like a... Like, I'm not convinced that this is the right way of doing it, but maybe I could show you how... Because, like, for example, this thing I was working on today. Not that. Where is it? This one. This is another thumbnail that I was working on today. I just started this. But like something like this, I don't think it's so much like what color works well with pink, because a lot of this, there's different types of pink, right? There's this pink, which is hardly a pink, right? There's this, right? These are all different colors, and so it's not really about which one works with it. You know, does this blue work with it? Well, maybe, but like, does this blue also maybe? All of these colors kind of work with it, but it's more about these are all very, very warm, and these, relatively speaking, are very cool. I also made, you know, this is very saturated, so I wanted these to be less saturated, and I think in the end it ends up working. And I think the same is true with blues, right? You could have a dull blue and a bunch of like yellows and reds, for example, just kind of all plopped in there. But you could also have like a brighter blue and some, maybe you have a lot of blues, right? Maybe you have a bunch of blues like this. Maybe you have some deeper blues. Maybe you have some pinker colors or purpley colors. But then to contrast it, maybe you have some you know, colors that are a bit warmer. You know, cheesy take. That's funny. Even with warm colors, your paintings are all cool. Thanks. Thank you for the kind words. But like, so maybe something like this, where, you know, there's some orange and blue, but again, it's not about just like which orange, right? It's just, to me, it's more about just the general warmth of the thing, and does it feel like it goes well, right? You could also have greens in here, right? The greens and yellows could be more warm, right? These are very warm colors and they go with blue as well. So like you could have oranges go with blue, you could have greens go with blue. To me, it's more about having a contrast of both. You know, if we have dark blues, then some of our warms should probably be light, right? They're lighter colors. If our blue is saturated, maybe our light colors are desaturated, right? So maybe we get into these types of colors. So I think there's a lot of answers to that question. I just think that the balance that I have right now isn't working. Like maybe my blues are not saturated enough, and maybe my desaturated colors are, or maybe, I don't know, I mean, it could be like my lighting. Again, it's hard with limited lighting, right? Because you don't have that range. Like maybe this stuff should be more desaturated. I mean, I could play around with that. Maybe this is like not saturated enough. I don't know, that's how I think about it. And again, it's not like I'm a color guru, as you can see by this painting. This painting has problems, but I'm hopefully trying to work it out. But yeah, maybe if I add some desaturated bluish color for the light, maybe I can bring in, like maybe the sky color can be a little bit lighter. Almost like a fog. And maybe that way I can make these blues even more blue. Maybe that's what I need. Just a bit of a separation. You say the darks are too saturated? Yeah, maybe. Maybe the darks are too saturated. But yeah, it kind of depends on what I want. Like I think a lot of it is, at least for me, is deciding whether you want like your dark saturated or your light saturated. I think it can be either. I think actually in this case, because I only have one real light source, which is a desaturated light source, right? Which is my sky basically. It's like a cool moonlight, right? It's not super saturated. I'm not using like this color for the moonlight, right? It's basically like a light white blue kind of, right? It's sort of this like, it's like a lighter blue, right? I think because I'm gonna try and use a lighter color or a slightly less saturated color for my light source, I actually think the shadows can get quite saturated. That's sort of the balance that I might strike. I don't think it's the only way to do it. And actually, some of these are very desaturated, so I'm actually wondering maybe I could make them more saturated in the shadows. That might actually be the solution too. And everything else is less saturated. And then maybe the browns in the shadows are desaturated, right? Like these other materials. So maybe I have speckles of that elsewhere in the painting, but maybe the blues and the greens are very, very saturated. I don't know. Like there's not a one right or wrong way. I think there's lots of ways to do it, and I think I just haven't picked a side. Like it's kind of like, am I team lights are saturated or team shadows are saturated, you know, or team cools are saturated? Like I just need to pick a team. So maybe the temperature in the darks is too cool. Maybe. Could also just be that there's not enough warmth in the painting at all. So it might not be specifically in the darks, but it could be that like I need notes of warmth. Like, I guess that could be a solution. Like maybe if I add some desaturated parts in here. Like again, I think there's a lot of ways to balance it. I also could like add another light source, which is kind of what I'm thinking about doing here. I don't know. That's the tricky thing about color. Like there's not a right or wrong way. It's more about are my decisions consistent? At least that's how I think about it. Like that's so much of painting to me, is just trying to have consistent decision making. I actually am curious what happens if I put like a little bit of light here. See, so for example, here's another, because I have so much saturation in the shadows right now. For example, I don't think, do I ever use gradient maps? Not very often. Like, I don't think putting saturated orange in here would be the play. Because I already have the saturated green. Or the saturated, yeah, greenish blue. So I actually think in this case, if I were to put a light in here, I would want it to be a very, very cool light, like that. Or not cool, but desaturated. It's still very, very much warmer. Right? So if I want to put some light in there, it might look like that. Being consistent. Yeah, I mean, this is where I think having... And this is actually one of the reasons why I think this kind of painting, for me, I struggle with more, which is like fan art or like... maybe not painting from life, but like if you're trying to change something, like change the lighting in real life, one of the reasons that's so hard, at least for me, is that typically when I paint, I build it up from the ground up. So like a, you know, quick 5-minute thumbnail, I think led me to some very nice colors, and I think there's consistency here. But the reason I think it works is because I built it from the ground up. I started with simple values, or I started with 2 colors, and then as I go, I add more. That's very hard to do when you have something that is like, you know, fully formed with all the colors in it already, like this, and you're like, oh, let's paint this thing. Well, this has lots of colors. This doesn't have a consistency of warm and cool, because when I change the lighting, that goes out the window. And so you kind of have to, at one time, build it up, but also you can't build it up any way you want because you're already limited by what's there. And so you're kind of... It's a different problem to solve that I don't have a ton of experience doing. And I think that's why I'm struggling with this one a little bit, because it sort of feels like I'm juggling, but I'm not juggling in the same order I normally juggle in. It's like I'm being given things that I'm not used to juggling. Or instead of starting with 1 thing to juggle and building up slowly to 7, I'm starting with 8, and then I have to work my way back down. I'm like, oh crap, I don't know what to do. Like it's just you jumping straight into the deep end. Being consistent is hard. Being consistent is overrated. I don't think it's overrated. I think being consistent in your decision making is how you make things that feel like they work. Right? It's sort of it's like having a consistent design philosophy, or I mean, I think this is true of anything design related, but like you need to know what your goals are so that when you make a choice, it's not just random, right? You can add variation and randomness to your thing, right? I'm not saying that randomness is bad, but like in your decision making, it should be justified in some way. So like it can still feel chaotic and it can feel messy, but there's still a consistency in like why that existed in the first place. Like there's like an underlying logic, right? Even if that you can't see that logic, it's sort of like with perspective, right? If you draw perspective, it doesn't matter what perspective you choose. You can have 20 vanishing points or 1. It doesn't really matter, but there's still a logic of how you are drawing one object in relation to the other, right? Do they feel like they could exist in the same picture, right? And again, you can skew it, right? You could have, like, I'm trying to think of it. There has to be a good example here. Like, you could even warp your lens, right? Like, it's not just like, oh, you can have fisheye perspective or 1 point or 2 point or 3 point, but you can have a perspective that is more extreme at the top of your painting than the bottom, right? But it's more about like, as, you know, if my perspective is shifting as I go upward and less as I go downward, that's fine too, but there still needs to be like a... If I just draw like another house in here for, you know, one object and you can see the top of it and it's like a chimney or something, but like, why can we see the top of it? Over here, which is the same eye level, you're looking at the bottom of it, right? You can't see the top. Why can you see the top of this? If I'd only put one object in there, there's no consistency. It's like a goof. I've goofed up. But that is more like acting that there is consistent with intent. Well, I think, what do you mean? That's more like acting that is consistent with intent. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's you have a goal, you have a plan, you have some sort of design philosophy, you have there's some guiding principles. Typically those are, you know, the fundamentals. But I think having everything point back to that, right? And this is the same as in like game balance. I don't care how you balance your game, right? You can make your game, you can make some characters more overpowered than others, right? You can, but don't claim you want it consistent and then one patch, you know, like it's okay to, like, as long as you know where you're going and you kind of have these guiding principles, when it comes time to tweak something, you then know, like, do you lean towards tuning things up? Like, maybe you tune the small numbers, you overbalance those, but the big mechanics you handle very carefully, right? And maybe you don't go crazy with mechanic changes, just with numerical changes, right? That's a pretty common principle in video games. When games with numbers balance their numbers, they do numerical changes, can be pretty heavy-handed, but the underlying mechanics themselves, they are very careful not to change them too much because it might break other interactions, right? Like Path of Exile does this. But sometimes they seemingly ignore their own philosophy and will just change a mechanic out of the blue, and it breaks things, and people are like, what the heck, man? Like, why didn't you change it when the last mechanic was breaking the game, but now, and you said that you weren't going to, but now you are, and it's like, what is happening? Like, that to me is being inconsistent with your own logic. It's like, I don't care. The outcome doesn't matter. Like, you can have a chaotic outcome, you can have a very, you know, specific outcome or whatever. It can be very orderly, it can be a bunch of nonsense, but there's still a deliberate choice. And that choice is still guided by something, right? Your choice can matter. Like, the choice itself doesn't matter in the sense that, like, you know, you can write whatever book you want, right? You by any tone you want. But if you're flip-flopping a character's personality because you weren't paying attention to what their personality was just randomly, and it wasn't for a reason, that's just sloppy. And that's going to come through in the final as being sloppy, right? If you want one character to be chaotic and one character to be very timid and like, you know, mindful and stuff, that's fine. You can have a whole eclectic crew of characters, or you could have all the characters could be scientists with the same personality. Doesn't matter. What matters is that within, as you're making those choices that relate to those characters, that those characters behave in a way that they would make sense for them, right? Like, I don't know, it's like a puzzle piece coming together. It doesn't matter which piece you start with, but by the time you get to the end, it's not random. There is no random, right? It's very, like, things relate to each other. Anyway, that's how I think of painting. Again, maybe you disagree. You're obviously welcome to. I don't think you have to do it that way, but I think when it comes to, like, narrative stuff or any sort of storytelling, that tends to be important. And that's kind of why, like, when I say things like, you know, like, for example, I like to establish a lighting direction often. Or I like to, you know, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of another example. Like, when in doubt, have a, you know, like, lead the eye towards your focal points. I think those are important things. And so, when in doubt, if I don't know what to do when I'm left with, like, a random choice, I'm going to pick one of those choices. It's not going to be random. It's going to be one of the ones that already aligns with the thing that I've decided is good, right? They're like guiding principles. They obviously, you can change those principles, but typically you would do that at the start and not halfway through. So yeah, that's my rant. Sorry if that was a long, convoluted way and it didn't make any sense to some people, but hopefully it made some sense. Let's see. But there's still kind of there's all kinds of consistency. Yeah, absolutely. And I think in your art you can break a lot of it. Like you can have realistic lighting in the foreground, but then styles everything. Yeah, yeah. But that's still. But that's still a logic, though, right? It's a programming rule. Yeah. Exactly. Like the thing Dravzilla said, that's a choice. Is I'm gonna have my realistic lighting in the foreground and everything else is stylistic. Great. But now when I come to that other thing, like the thing in the periphery, I already have a rule. I have a rule that, oh, that thing in the periphery is not realistic lighting. Right? It's going to be graphical because I've made that rule. Yeah. It's like a rule you create for yourself. And again, you can change that rule from time to time, but if you change it within the same painting, it starts to get really chaotic. And that's why I'm saying what you actually choose to do doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what rules you set for yourself. You could you could make up 1,000,000 rules, stick them in a jar, and pick from them. But then stick to those in that painting, right? If you are... I mean, I think there are also versions where, like, you know, every third paint stroke you could switch rules. You could probably do something like that, and over enough paint strokes, like, there would be a consistency, right? Like, sort of a... I think, No, I mean, I don't know. Like, you can have some crazy ways of painting that still feel like they work because it feels like there's an internal rule, even if you can't state what the rule is. Like, the artist might be able to, because they're going to understand their own process. But from the viewer's perspective, you may not know what the rule is, or the rules, plural. There might be 1,000 different rules, and they're all super nuanced, and they supersede each other in different scenarios, where, like, it's hard to, like, pinpoint the logic. This happens with, like, complex characters, right? Like, a character might, you know, have one rule where... I mean, think of, like, the Mob, right? Like, in Mob movies, where, like, they have this... you know, if they say they're gonna do something, they're gonna do it. They are the most, like, straightforward people you can be, but then to everybody that isn't... you know, but then to some people, they'll, like, lie to them and cheat them and steal and murder. It's like, how can you claim to be such a, you know, loving, caring, honest person and then go and do these dishonest, terrible things? It's like, well, one relates to their family and one doesn't, right? That's a rule, that they treat their own with a very specific set of rules and everybody else with a very different set of rules. But then you're like, well, what about this other person? Well, maybe they consider that person family for reasons, and there's a different rule that describes which reasons they operate under and why, right? And so it's like, it can get really messy, and it can seemingly have characters who sometimes are good and sometimes are bad, but there's still a logic there, even if you can't quite pinpoint it, right? And I think we all operate this way, right? From day to day, we have things that we will do and things that we won't, and for different reasons, and sometimes other reasons take precedence over those other reasons, and it's like, it gets really complicated. I think in art is the same. You kind of get to make up those rules, but I do think there still typically should be some sort of consistency in the decision making, not in the rules themselves, just in the decision making. Otherwise, you end up with, you know, I think it's just you. I mean, again, this is also sort of all predicated on that you have a viewer, I think. If you're just making art for yourself and you're happy with it, who cares, right? But I think if anybody who's learning to, you know, quote unquote, improve at art, it's that kind of logical rule following that makes your art seem good to a viewer. Obviously, again, if you're just doing it for, like, art therapy, do whatever. Like, all bets are off, right? Do whatever makes you feel good. You know, I just think that if you're trying to do narrative art or design where other people are engaging it with it and need to understand it on some fundamental level, then those sorts of internal logic is good. I'm calling it internal logic. I don't like calling it rules, because rules make it feel like you have to do them, but that's where art's subjective and that everybody can choose their own rules. right? This is my. I know some people probably won't agree with me on this, but this is where, like, when you're judging a movie, right? People will talk about movies as if they're non-subjective, and I totally agree with them. I think if you're talking about a horror movie, there are some things that an audience should be able to expect. Like, was it scary? Or was it gory? Or was it whatever? You know, there's something that makes it a horror movie. If you advertise it as a horror movie and nothing about it was horror and it was all comedy and drama and nothing was even like remotely in that category, I think they have every right to call it a terrible horror movie, right? Objectively, not a good horror movie if it wasn't horror at all. Horror is a sort of predetermined rule set to some degree. There's obviously a lot of wiggle room, but there's a boundary of some sorts in horror. And I think if you want the audience to understand it, it's nice to position them. Otherwise, you could just give them a jumble of words with no coherent meaning. Like, the extreme is randomness, and then you have very orderly, and the orderly is where we call genres and all that. Yes, you can be a little bit more disorderly, and you can be genre breaking, but there still it should feel like it's intentional, right? That's what makes something genre breaking, is you have like at least to me, it seems like there's an intentional, like, you know, you were gonna do a thing, but you didn't do it, right? And you knew it all along, but the audience didn't know it. So the audience didn't know what, like, Cabin in the Woods or something. It was a horror movie, but it was very different. It played on a lot of common themes, but then it didn't do those things. And some of them it did, so it still fit horror, but it was different, right? Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm a rambling. But yeah, this is something that I feel like I deal with all the time in art, just both when viewing art and not viewing art, but also just making art. With like character design, right? You want to make characters typically like so people can understand the character, because that's how you communicate. But if you make them random and there's no rule, you can't understand them. But if you make them a predetermined thing, then it's like, well, this isn't interesting. You need a little bit of newness, but also a little bit of familiarity to make people understand and communicate, and it's, yeah. And I think that's what makes visual art so hard, is that you only really get one medium to do this in, right? It's not like a story where you can introduce a character on one page as a cookie cutter, basic character, and then as the pages go on, you can dive into the nuance, right? You don't really get to do that in a single image. Like, what you have is what you have, and it's hard to have, it's hard to introduce a character one way and then break your expectation, unless you do it with, like, in the details. Maybe you have a character who has in a very tidy bedroom, everything is perfect, but the more you look, you realize there's, like, all the stuff in the room that's tidy is, like, basically like a murder scene type thing, where it's like you start to piece together the things, and you're like, oh, this character is not well put together, right? They are deranged, and they have problems, and, like, maybe everything looks tidy, but the details give you clues, and I think the little details, the clues in the details, can be a good way to do it in painting. Anyway, I'm rambling. Vegas says, apparently I have no idea what pants pockets look like. Pant pockets are hard. I remember, I don't do a lot of characters, but I remember when I have done characters, the thing about pants pockets is, like, they're a small detail, and, like, a lot of times, at least I've found that, like, when I'm drawing a character, I wasn't ready to paint that fine of detail, but I felt like it needed to be there, so I would put this super hyper detailed thing, like a pant pocket, but I hadn't even gotten to, like, the general folds of the shirt, or the general folds of the pants. Like, I haven't even done the form yet, and why am I worrying about an outline of pants pockets, right? Like, that I'm not ready yet. It's detail that isn't important yet. You know, it'd be like, you know, same thing with, I mean, I feel like humans are this way altogether, right? We have, like, eyes, but the eyes are not the absolute most important thing to draw. Or, like, you have freckles, and you might remember a person has a freckle, but that's not important, like, not at the moment. It's the big forms and shapes and stuff. Same with, it'd be a little bit like plants, like, if you want to draw a plant, but you're focused on individual leaves, because you know plants have leaves. Like, yeah, they do, but also not important. I know plants have pockets. Is it important? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe hold off a little bit. I don't know. That was always my issue with drawing things like pockets, is I ended up... I think Feng Zhu has a good example of this. For those who don't know, Feng Zhu has a YouTube channel called FCD School. He's a concept artist, and also runs now a school. But anyway, he's worked on a lot of big things. But he has this thing where he talks about, like, you know, if you're drawing like a hat, or if you're drawing a pair of pants, I'll say, right? The first important thing is, like, the shape of the pants, right? The silhouette. But then you have other shapes, right? You have things like the belt loops, right? And where do those come into play? Like, how important are those, right? How important are the seams, right? If you have pant pockets, are those important? Well, he would argue that the first important thing is, like, the silhouette, right? And that's going to be, you know, maybe the wrinkles around the pant legs, right? Anything that is touching the outside edge, that's going to be important, right? So maybe, but first thing's the big form, right? So big form is the pant leg. Second level of detail would be, like, the things that break the forms, right? Like this. So silhouette is first, but then it's these things. And yeah, these do help. Yeah, seams can help show form. But that would be later, because they aren't silhouette indicators. So, like, these might be the wrinkles or something, right? They might be the wrinkles on the pants. And yeah, some of those wrinkles would carry the you know, they affect the form too. But then you have things like, what about, like, these, like the belt buckles? Well, these, if you have, like, belt loops, these are not breaking the silhouette, right? They're internal structures. They aren't as important, right? This is important, just this little bit, because that's silhouette. But that's more important than this thing. And then you have things, and also in the same realm, this would probably be like this, maybe? Or like these themes. Like, are they really important? Not really. They're kind of like third order operations of importance, right? Like, it's not really that important to put these things. Obviously, if you have a difficulty, and this is where I make an exception for things, is like, if your object is feeling a little flat, you can add in this stuff as, like, a sketch line, you know, add in, like, the detail around the form just to help show the shape of the pant leg. But you don't need to add it everywhere. And so, yeah, if you can add it along here. I think also, like, if this were a different color, this would count as a different material, which means that this would now be a silhouette form. So if you had different material pockets or a different color. But there's sort of like a logic to it, and I think Feng Zhu goes over the logic much better than I just did. But basically, it starts with sort of silhouette, right? It's, you know, you don't draw every hair strand, but if you have hair strands that stick out of your hair that break the silhouette, those are more important than the individual hairs on your head, right? And so there's sort of an order of operations. Again, it's sort of a logic, right? And the idea is that if you have this sort of deep down in you, this logic, when you're making choices like, where do I put detail? What do I work on? That guides you, right? That helps. That's like a guiding principle. Anyway, I feel like I'm yelling. I'm not yelling, I swear. But yeah. Zumelo says, I feel called out. I'm overthinking the eye on drawing right now. I don't have the general form figured out. Yeah, it's super common. I think especially on characters where you have like one or two of these instances per character. Like, you have one or two pockets. You have, you know, one or two strands of hair that break the silhouette. You have literally two eyes, right? You have very specific amounts of finger. It's not like a tree where you have thousands of leaves. And yeah, we get it. Leaves aren't that important, right? But what if you only had 2 leaves? Are they important now? Like, right? Everything on a human feels so important to us, and yet when we're drawing it, we have to be careful that, like, just because you have one belt buckle doesn't mean you should spend all the time rendering the belt buckle, right? Like, just because there's one of it doesn't mean it's a focal point. And I think typically in nature, right, if you see 1,000 trees and one of the trees is bright blue, it is a focal point, right? It's absolutely the bright tree that stands out from the rest is absolutely a focal point because it's different. But on a human, everything is like a one of or a two of. Like, you don't have like 1,000 eyes and it's only your mouth that's important. No, you have 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 1 nose, 2 ears. Like, which one is more important, right? It's hard. And yeah, it ultimately comes down to, like, it's none of them, right? Not really. It's like big stuff. It's proportion, it's shape, it's like, some of that stuff might be more important than others. Like, this is where caricatures, I think, if I had to guess, I'm not a great portrait artist or anything, but, caricatures seem to sort of play into this, where different elements for different people are more important than others, because it kind of that's the thing you notice. But again, it's tricky because you might notice your friend's eye color, and it doesn't mean that it's the most important for other people, right? There's still, like, a logic that other people judge. And this gets into, like, the whole genre thing, right? Like, just because you're writing your own horror movie doesn't mean that other people don't have their own set of standards that they judge horror movies by. And if you want that to communicate that, I'm not saying you need to cater to all their desires, but you should at least be a little bit aware that if you're communicating with words, or if you're communicating with pictures, right, that just because you really like that freckle on your friend's cheek doesn't mean other people think about that when they look at them, right? And so, and the humans, I think in general, this logic tends to be like silhouettes, gesture, big shapes, proportions, right? It's not that freckle under their nose or whatever, right? But I guess if you were doing a caricature, you might want to exaggerate that freckle. Maybe it's important. So yeah, that's my rant. Yeah, what makes up the essence? Yeah, I always hate that word because it's just so, like, nebulous. But there's like I tend to think of, like, mood is a big one, which, how do you affect mood? Well, it can be shapes, it can be color, it can be, right? I think we can break down essence into more parts, right? Same with vibe, right? For, like, an environment, it's not just, what does it feel like, right? No, it's mood and feeling can be created by a variety of things, right? Temperature in real life, like whether you're cold or not, affects how you feel about a place. If you're sweating, you're gonna feel differently walking through a forest than if you're freezing, right? It's just a different vibe, even if visually it looks the same, right? So temperature, you have color, obviously. Lighting, like the real world where the sun is. Do you know that it's night, or do you know that it's day, right? Knowing that it's day but still being dark is a different feeling than knowing that it's in the middle of the night and that there's predators out, there's nocturnal animals out. It's different. Just because it's dark doesn't mean it's the same feeling, right? Even if it looks the same. And there's all these things that we understand, and we also understand how you can control them, right? We understand that to make something feel nighttime, you might give indicators of nighttime, like owls or things that come out at night. You also might have colors might be slightly different. You have, maybe it's a temperature thing, right? It's colder, so you can make it feel colder. And also we know that you can affect that with literal colors, right? Like there's a lot of things that you can control. And so I think same is true with characters, like from shape design. If a character has a certain personality, then you can, even if it's not being communicated visually, we can still, there's a shared language we have, which is called visual language, and depending on where you're from, that language might be slightly different, which is why it's a language and not a universal language. It's a, you know, but yeah, so it might be something like certain shapes will evoke a feeling, or certain colors. And again, there's cultural elements, but so it's not like this isn't a fact. And you know, if you're really good or really popular or really famous or whatever, like certain things have literally changed the language. Like I think Star Trek or Star Wars, probably, and Star Trek have literally changed like the visual language of sci-fi to where if you wanted to communicate certain things, you kind of had to like make it up as you went, but now you can just rely on these sort of things that already exist. And if you're an artist and you're communicating to one person, it makes sense to like not have to rewrite a new language and then explain the language to an audience. Sometimes you can use a pre-existing language. And anyway, I'm rambling again, but I don't know. I really like this topic because it's one of those topics I think a lot of people, I don't know, I think a lot of people don't think about it that much. I mean, myself included. It's sort of things that we take for granted. Is like, when you see a color and you feel a way, that is a language. It might have been manufactured, right? It might be from like TV shows or, you know, movies or something. Like if you see a red flashing light in a dark hallway, right? You kind of get like danger, red alert type thing. There's nothing in nature that's equivalent to that. There's no reason that I can know of that objectively that creates like a sense of emergency. I mean, maybe there are other reasons. Maybe it does naturally as well. I don't know. But like, it could have been a green flashing light, and that a really intense green flashing light would give you a sense of danger and urgency. I mean, I know we associate red with danger, but like, I think you could still feel that way with a green flashing light. If you saw that trope in movies over and over, you know, or fire alarms in schools, every time the fire drill went off as a kid, if you saw a green flashing light that was really intense, I bet that would evoke a sense of emergency too. Yeah, they say blood. Yeah, there are some associations with like red and anger, right? People literally get red in the face, blood. There are things, but it's not gonna evoke the same fear independent. If I wear a red shirt, it's not like you think, I'm afraid, I'm scared. Simply having red does not make someone feel that way, right? We can prove this. It's everywhere, right? There's red stuff in a grocery store, and you probably don't feel a sense of panic and fear and dread. Well, you might. Grocery stores can be terrifying. But like, just because you're in the presence of red stuff, you can, my point is, you can be trained, right? You can be trained culturally. Yeah, red lipstick doesn't make you afraid, right? It needs context, and we can be trained on the context, right? We could be trained that a green flashing light makes us panic. Yes, maybe red makes it a little bit stronger, but it's kind of irrelevant in the context of things. But anyway, my point is, it's a lot of work to reestablish a norm, right? It's hard to retrain the world as an audience if you're trying to put out something that, you know, this character's in a sense of danger, and there's a pink flashing light with sparkles and rainbows. They're not going to feel that way. They're not going to feel danger if you see pink sparkles and rainbows and flashing lights. They're not going to think, oh, danger, imminent threat, this person better run, right? But you put a high-pitched alarm with a flashing light, and immediately they know what's happening. And they're like, yeah, that's, I don't know. To me, it's kind of cool. I think it's neat. Also, this is not supposed to be an arch. I just realized. I mean, I knew it wasn't supposed to be an arch, but it looked like one. Anyway, the point, I guess, the point I'm making is that I think a lot of these things some of them we take as truths, as like, it's a fact, and it's not. But also, if you're only making one image, it kind of is, because you can't change opinion that quickly. And I actually... I have a hypothesis. I think I'm just coming up with this first time, hot off the press. I think this is a lot of what people mean when they think of style. I think people who have successfully created a language, right? Green light means danger, right? If you can successfully create that in your work of art, and people can see it from time to time, and they start to get a sense of, like, this is how you are communicating this thing, I think that is a really strong, like, that's this person's style. It's because they've created a language and they've taught it to you, right? You get a sense of their language over the course of paintings. And it's hard to do it in one painting, right? Again, it's almost impossible. But if you can do it in multiples, you can recreate a language. It could be that, like, you know, bright red is now implying shadow. Deep shadow is now dark red. That's not a thing that's inherently true, but a lot of artists have done this. Also, this song is so loud. So loud. Anyway, but yeah, like, I think you can kind of train an audience with, like, different ways of communicating things, right? It could be a color choice, it could be a shape choice, right? But you're making a choice that does a thing, and you're doing it well and consistently enough that people start to understand it. You look at it and you're like, I get it. I understand what they're doing. That is a choice. That is their style. It's not just random. It's a choice. And I think that, to me, and it's not just a one-off choice, right? And I think, to me, that's a big part of, it seems, just on the surface, without any sort of anything to back it up other than my own experiences. I could be totally wrong on this, but that seems to be a big part of it, at least for me. Okay, let's take a look, Vegas. Oh, Vegas, I like this. Yeah, see, like, here, yeah, I like this. I think the hands are a teeny tiny bit too small. Maybe I'm wrong. And I know you weren't asking for feedback. But I'm just giving unsolicited advice. Maybe I'm weird. Is hands... I don't know. It's hard to know. Hands are hard. No, feedback is great because it does look off. I think the hands just feel a little tiny. I don't know why. Again, maybe... I don't know. I'm bad at characters. Also, for some reason... Yeah, I don't think the pockets are the problem. Yeah, I don't either. I don't think the pockets are a problem at all. Not a thing I notice. I also... It kind of bugs me a little bit that the shirt fold on the right side, not his right, but our right, arcs this way. Like, it makes a shape like this on the arm instead of following the contour. And I know it could do that. Like, this isn't objectively wrong, but it makes this kind of shape like this with the sleeve, where the bottom of the sleeve is this shape, and then it makes this shape. And it's just kind of a funny shape. It feels kind of round and bubbly. It almost feels like he has, like... I know he looks like he's a buff dude, but it gives him, like... It gives me, like, Popeye shapes a little bit, where you just have these, like... I don't know. Like, that kind... You know, it's like a weird... I don't know. That stands out to me. It's totally insignificant, and I realize it, but for some reason that particular line catches my eye. Yeah, it just feels like it catches my eye too much, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, it's probably, again, I don't think it's wrong, right? Because I mean, shirts can fall all sorts of weird ways. But sometimes you look at someone's shirt and you're like, it's kind of bunched up. It kind of looks funny. And I feel like that's one of those cases. But yeah, I think, honestly, to me, I think the hand is the main thing. And then I also think when you start to do, like, if you start to do color, I think how you tackle the pants and the leg coming towards us will be an important thing. Because he's obviously walking, because you can tell, because the one leg is, you know, drawn like this. And then the other leg is drawn like this. Right? And so this leg is obviously towards us, and this leg is away, but it doesn't quite read that well. I think it will more well once you start rendering it. That's my hunch. I don't know. But yeah, I think the top of him, I think the top body of him, if I cover it up, I think the top of him looks great. I think it's mostly the hand and maybe legs. I don't know. Mostly hands. Anyway, I'm slouching on this. I'm going slow. I do not like this painting so far, which sucks because I want it to be nice. It was supposed to be fan art, and now I'm, like, not happy with it. What if I do this? The reference doesn't have the legs, so I just added the legs myself. They look too tubular to me, I think. Yeah, that's probably another thing. Yeah, probably the tubularness of it. I could totally see that. Yeah, I think that's a good analysis. But it's hard, right? Because, like, you're already simplifying. And this is where I don't really have any advice. Kind of trying to add some variety in here. I think this could probably be a little darker. You've been drawing most of the day for like 8 hours probably, so you need a break anyway. Yeah, I can see that. Also, by the way, everybody, I don't know if you guys know this, but Vegas just released the first page or first chapter? I haven't actually looked yet. But first page, I think, of a comic. Here, let me bring it up. He posted in Discord. Globalcomics.com. I didn't know that was a site. Common Grounds. It's here. Climate Change and Cappuccinos, Issue 1. Do I need an account? No, I don't. Read from left to right. So yeah, anyway, he released a... Yeah, okay, first issue. See? Yeah, so anyway, you guys... Yeah, that's a thing. It's in Discord. Here, I can drop a link. If you aren't in Discord, we can drop a link. I'm just gonna advertise. I don't know anything about globalcomics.com, by the way. So just, you know. I always feel a little weird linking a site that I've never really been on, but that's the site. Vegas has been around here for forever though, so I trust him that he's not linking to shady sites. But yeah, I'm excited to read it. I realize it's wow, fellow comic artist. Yeah, he's a fellow comic artist. I'm excited to read it. I don't think I've read it yet. Unless I did read something a while back, but I don't think it was that. I don't know. I haven't looked. In my research, it felt like the best fit for me. Gotcha. Yeah. Is this a... I'm trying to figure out how this works. I think this goes this way more. I mean, again, I don't need to make it exactly like the reference, but it would be nice to have... Here we go. This will work. I like that. Little shapes here. Little shapes here. I'm gonna do the thing that I did last stream as well, where I'm going back over my shapes and making little, like, I'm literally drawing the leaves. Not all of them, but some of them. Yeah, this is B-Dub's build, Taikyo. Although I'm not happy with how I'm painting it. I think it looks terrible. I mean, I think his build looks good, but I'm kind of... I'm trying to play around with some stylistic things a little bit, maybe, or I will. But I'm not doing a very good job. Like these shapes here on the trees. But yeah, that's exactly what this is. This is B-Dubs' build in Minecraft. I'm doing some fan art. It's coming along very well. Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to make it nighttime. I also wanted to play around with textures and like brushwork a little bit. So I haven't done a lot of that yet, but I do want to do a little bit because I think that's something that fits with the B-Dubs vibe, is having like variety of shapes and textures and you know, that kind of stuff. And you know, so if I play around, you know, maybe it's some smudgy stuff and blurring some edges and, you know, adding some contrast here and there. That's something that I think would be nice. But I'm not being extremely faithful to the build. I'm kind of just adding the vibe of it. At least that's what I'm trying to do. No, this isn't from mine. This is this is fan art. This is from a series. It's a Minecraft series called Hermitcraft, which is basically it's a server. It's a multiplayer server with like 30-ish, somewhere around 30 Minecraft YouTubers who are all fairly skilled at the game and building, and then they all have like their own little personal projects they build in this server. But then they also do like episodes and crossover videos with people. It's quite popular, and this is one of the builders there. His name is B-Dubs, or B000100. I really like his builds and his videos, and this is kind of a, I don't know, it's just a fun way. Yeah. I'm kind of struggling, though, to make this feel like nighttime. Because you don't want to typically use green as green when it's dark, because it doesn't come off that way. But at the same time, maybe a little bit. I'm adding lots of little shapes here. It's everywhere. Little plants. But yeah, B-Dubs gets a lot of praise in the Minecraft community. He does a lot of like, I don't know if I'd call it innovation, but I think I could call it innovation and it wouldn't be too inaccurate, of like certain texturing techniques or ways of adding variety where maybe you didn't feel like you had a lot of options, and like just doing a lot of, it's subtle things. He's not typically like, you know, big mega builder. He does a lot of like foliage and you know, terraforming type, not really terraforming, but like a little like paths and cozy stuff and some terraforming, but like a lot of texturing and shape design, and he definitely treats it like a painting, like composition. He's always very wary of composition, and contrast, and he really likes variety. I think it's something that he brings to builds more than others. Like, it's not just random textures for the sake of textures, kind of like we were talking about earlier with like having a logic. He has sort of a painter's logic. It's a variety of interest in how you experience and look at a painting. So like if you were to walk through a Minecraft world, you're experiencing it. It's not, he breaks it up. So there's new experiences at each step of the way. It's not just like, this looks nice, but this looks nice as an experience, and there's variety, there's interesting little things and nuance, and it doesn't feel samey in a game that is, you know, literally with blocks and there's a lot of repetition. He does his best to like make it not feel repetitious, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing a good job here, but of explaining it. But yeah. I'm playing around with some brushes here. It sounds cool. I'm gonna look up later. Yeah. Foxology says, the Hermitcraft server is full of very talented builders, but B-Dubs is definitely one of the best. Yeah, I mean, I think he gets a lot of praise because in some ways he does... I mean, here's my hot take. I don't think he's I mean, I think he is very good. But I think he stands out from the rest in a way that... Not because of what he's doing is so amazing, but more because it's a lot of the... Like, I think there's a trend. Like, when everybody's painting flashy, big, amazing stuff, B-Dubs is saying, I'm gonna make, like, the subtle things, right? Incorporate sound design into Minecraft with, like, natural sounds, and, like, he adds things that are, like... I don't know, like last season he did a thing where he wanted animals in his forest, but animals don't like to stay where you put them. And so he would leash like bunny rabbits off in the distance, like right on the edge of the horizon line. Or like as you're walking through the forest, you can see them jump up and down, but like they're not directly in front of you. So he would put the bunnies on the leash, but you can't see the leash, but it would populate the forest with like a movement, right? Or he would put like one water source block under a bridge, you know, in the forest. So as you're walking, you can hear as you're approaching a waterfall that isn't actually made out of water, or it's made out of glass in the distance, but it looks like a waterfall. And as you're approaching it, you hear the water, right? And so he made sure that the sound matches the experience. Like, that's cool because it's something anyone can do, but it's just the way it's these small things that add like an outsized impact, right? It's not, I mean, obviously he does a lot of like composition planning and stuff, which is the big stuff. But I think a lot of YouTubers make their name kind of by like, you know, big mega builds, and they have big crazy things, and it's kind of like, look how much time I put in, whereas B-Dub is like, I'm kind of lazy, I don't put that much time in, or the thing might be small, but the time required to do it is a lot. Like, it's kind of different. And like it's not like he's incapable of building big either. Like, yeah, like Taikyo says, he did some super massive build last season. And it's also like he'll do things that are typically not... I think he enjoys things that aren't typically as fun for other Minecraft builders, like building in the Nether, because it just requires a challenge of like spawn proofing literally everything, right? And so when your entire build has to be spawn proofing in the Nether and you're building on a mega scale, that's like, why even bother? Why are you doing that, right? Like, and he does it, and not only does he do it, but he does it really, really well, which is something that most people wouldn't even typically want to do, and if they did, they probably wouldn't do it as good. So it's like, it's not that the build itself was... Like, the innovation came in the challenge, right? It's sort of... I think this is very in line with, like, concept artists, where if you just took a single image of one of his builds and a single image of someone else's, I don't think it's clear that people would say that they like his better, right? But I think if you play the game and you've played the game before, you have an appreciation of the things he's doing because they're different. They're different in a new way. He solved real problems that are like design challenges, right? Like building entirely with, beautiful things that are all spawn proofed. That's not super common. Or build, I don't know. It's just, it's hard to explain, but it's very much in line with designers where when, I know I don't want to get into an AI rant, but like when people are like, oh, AI does the same thing, oh, it looks just as good. It might look just as good, but it's not solving the same types of problems that actual designers are solving, right? There's just like nice builds that look nice, and then there's builds that had to overcome challenges to look nice. And I feel like sometimes B-Dubs does the overcoming the challenges to look nice. And I think he does it in a way, I don't know, I appreciate it. I think the other builders appreciate it based on the almost, the constant hyping up of his builds. Like, it's pretty clear people like it. But it's not, I don't think it's all visual, right? It's sort of the understanding of like, if you play a lot of Minecraft compared to your normal, when you build something, how does it feel and look? And when he builds it, how does it feel and look, right? It's not that it's objectively better looking. It's that it just has a difference to it. And that difference is what makes it magical. Because, when you have, hundreds of thousands of people building stuff in Minecraft, I don't know how many people play Minecraft, but when you have a lot of people building stuff in Minecraft with a limited block set, you start to see repetitive, common things over and over and over again, right? And those things aren't bad. They look great. But it is refreshing to see someone come along and sort of do something that you're like, wow, that feels new, right? And I think that's what makes him good, is that he pushes the boundaries in subtle ways, I think. I don't know. Anyway, I'm glazing. Is that what they say? Glazing him up. Okay. Took some notes on drawing. Want me to post them as a reply in Discord? Asks Drusilla. Your comment was held for review. I think it's because the bot detected that you were advertising. I took some notes on your stream. Would you like me to give you feedback in Discord? Is like a common bot spam message, I think. Smart bot. It is. That's actually pretty like, yeah. That's pretty close to a bot spam message, and it nailed it. I mean, it wasn't, so it got it wrong, but, pretty good. Focus more on the quality and the feeling than the size of the construction, innovating the basic. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I think a big part of it really is just the difference in thought process. Like, again, I think he's much more thinking of it like an artist and than a construction worker, right? I think a lot of people, which is funny because I think he has a construction background, but I think he's a general contractor at one point, and he might have had some architect schooling, I don't know. But I think a lot of people think of it as like, I'm gonna build something, whereas he's like, I'm gonna design something. I'm gonna design a thing for a person, not just looking cool. But yeah. I love how Keralis and B-Dubs joined in the same season. The contrast between them is interesting, yet both are amazing. I don't know much about Keralis. I'll admit, a lot of the reason I watch certain streamers, or certain people, not streamers, I guess they do stream maybe, I don't know. I don't even know if B-Dubs streams. I don't think I've ever seen a live stream if he does. But I think I just also just like his videos. I think they're funny, and I think there's things that he the way he talks about Minecraft to me resonates a lot more. I think Tango is not Tango. Mumbo. I think Mumbo is another one. He's similar in that he thinks typically quite a bit about like design in a way that maybe others don't. He has like a videography background, and it kind of shines through. And I just like the way they talk, their mindset around things. And some of them do more bits and like there's also like a stylistic choice with their videos. Some focus more on comedy, some do more storytelling, some have like little segments that they do that are different. I think there's something about B-Dubs' videos that just kind of appeals to me, both from an artistic perspective and also just like his communication style, which I think maybe in recent days, I think he's changed it up a bit, so it's a little bit more chaotic, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I think overall, I tend to enjoy his. Also, like, there's only so much time I have on this planet. I can't watch all 30 of the Hermit's Minecraft videos because they tend to be quite lengthy, and there's already a lot of overlap between them. So, like, if you've watched, you know, a Grian video, you've probably seen a Gemini Tay video, or if you watch Gemini Tay, you've probably seen Grian stuff. Like, there's so much crossover that you don't really need to watch them all, so you can kind of just have your favorites. But yeah. Those some people are probably so very confused about what I'm talking about right now. Foxology says only Hermitcraft recap watches all point of views. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know anything about Hermitcraft recap. It doesn't surprise me that there's a Hermitcraft recap. I mean, yeah, it doesn't surprise me in the least. Okay, I don't know if this is a good idea, so I'm gonna make a new layer here. I'm gonna add some bright light right behind this build. It's like the main, I don't know, add some lighting. Some big poofy clouds. And then over here it can be a little darker. I feel like I would constantly say Hermitcraft recraft. I could see that being a slip up. That's funny. And a little bit of a gradient up here. And now, normally I wouldn't advise to like put literal pink in here, because even though this is a pink tree, but I'm gonna do a little bit of it. I think putting literal pink in an image that is at nighttime is just a bad choice. You aren't gonna get that much. But yeah, I don't know how all this is gonna look, but I do want to play around a little bit with the lighting here and the contrast. So I'm repainting some stuff. I'm kind of piecemealing this together in a way. Like obviously there's already a design here that it looks with nice, a little bit of a flag, because that's in the build. But yeah, I mentioned this a while back, but because I'm doing Minecraft fan art, I feel like it's a totally valid time to talk about it. Um, but one of the things that I like about Minecraft is because it's so art adjacent. You know, you have designers, you have builders, you have like, you know, there's a lot of there's storytelling, there's the whole thing. But because it's so art adjacent, you kind of it's interesting to sort of see how different people communicate about the same topics, right? To see how people talk about composition when they're not making a literal painting, right? Do they still use the word, or do they say different things, right? And a lot of them will talk about framing and you know, they're still view finding and making paths and views and stuff, but they don't typically talk about overall composition as much because you can view it and experience it from any angle. And so, but they do still talk about designing for any angle, and there's different ways. Anyway, Zumolo says, the way you are describing it feels like the same movie, but with different main characters, and you get to choose the ones you want to follow. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. And they all kind of have their own plots, kind of, because they're not collectively building the same thing. Like, most of the time, each of them will build, like, mini games, like, at some point in the season. The season might last for, like, a year. But like one of them is spending the entire time literally building like an immersive game with tons of like literal programming and in-game programming with Redstone, which is super complicated and technical, and I don't know the first thing about it. But others are just building cool big bases, and maybe like one of them is building like a giant like gothic building, just super massive, and it's just like this big season project that they'll always be working on that, but then they do little side projects. Some of them have entire, like one of them, gosh, what's his name? I don't know what his name is. Somebody maybe who knows more. I do. The one who's building like the everything is happy, sunshine and rainbows world, but there's like a story to it where down below it's not as happy as it seems. It's sort of like almost like a Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory vibe. Joel, yeah. So there's Minecraft, or a hermit crafter named Joel is doing like this everything is great. He even puts on like a persona of like, oh, everything's so great and fine and normal, and yeah, everything is perfectly normal and just happy, cheery. But it's like he even gets into character a little bit, but like the builds he's doing is telling a story of like something is going terribly wrong and everything is not normal. Everything is not as cheery as it seems. I think he has like I haven't really watched his videos, but like torture chambers underneath his base and stuff. But on the top it's literally the brightest colors and all this like so the builds are following like everybody has their own personal project. then you see him creeping far into the distance staring at other hermits. Yeah. It's pretty fun. I really enjoy that kind of storytelling. The manic energy needed to be directed somewhere productive. Yeah, I don't follow it that. Yeah, I don't really follow his build that much, but I have seen some crossovers with him, and it's pretty entertaining. But yeah, anyway. So some people also just view Hermitcraft as like a serial show, kind of like there's like lore, but then others it's, you know, or some it's just building. Kind of depends. I'm not sure I like the composition here. What do I do on this side? Would it be okay if I dropped a link to Corrales' Season 7 build? It was an amazing city build and with complete interiors that really cemented him as an amazing builder. Yeah, you're welcome to post it. Yep. And this stuff is also really nice to... And again, I think... Yeah, I don't think I didn't even know what Hermitcraft was in Season 7. I didn't even learn about it until last season. I didn't really get into Minecraft until like a couple years ago. But I think also another thing that's really cool about, I mean, just honestly 3D in general, not even Minecraft, is that there isn't just one angle. And so just like in real life, like it's different if you know, these idyllic scenes that everybody uses the same references for, but when you're actually out in nature, like you don't have to pick those scenes. And I think something about designing and thinking in 3D is just a really nice sort of, it's a nice oh dang, okay, so he goes like city building and stuff. See, I don't like this aesthetic, but I can appreciate how good it is. Like, obviously, that's extremely well done. And, you know, building on diagonals is a big thing. Having variety in shapes and sizes, and, you know, you have... It's... Not everything is samey. You have different... Like, a lot of times when people build stuff, it feels devoid of life. Like, this feels pretty lively, even though there's no cars. But, like, it feels fairly... Like, there's busy areas, right? There's lots of stuff going on here. There's some, you know, verticals, there's some horizontals. Like, these choices matter, and I think that's cool. I think that's something that you know, B-dubs talks about a lot about, where it's like, it's even in a busy, in a scene with all the same blocks and there's a lot of repetition, it still feels not too repetitious, right? You might have a ton of verticals, but then you break it up. You know, you bring it down, you have some diagonals here, you have, you know, different angles. It's just good choices all around. Definitely looks good. Yeah, this is a pretty insane scale. Yeah, this stuff is cool too. There's also, like, it's not just flat structural stuff, but then you have like these. So staggering these to make it look like ropes and stuff. And again, you can't do ropes in Minecraft, and so you only have blocks. So but you can make blocks float in Minecraft. So placing certain things at various angles can give the illusion, especially at a distance, of like ropes and structures. So that's something that a lot of them do. And of course, custom trees are really common, right? It adds variety that isn't just cookie cutter trees. Every tree is unique, and yeah, and kind of fills the space. So there's a lot of stuff like that that's really neat. So that's something that I do really appreciate. Yeah, definitely a good builder. I mean, they're all good builders. Like, every one of them. I mean, like another builder... Oop, did I just crash? No. I don't want to get too into the weeds with, like, people's names and stuff, because it's hard for other people to follow. But there's, in this latest season, there's a builder named Zombie Cleo. And I really like the whole fire department vibe she's doing. And there's, like... A lot of them will use new things and new stuff in new ways that, you know, like when it just comes out. And I don't know, I really enjoy, like people who build big, like, industrial equipment, or in this case, literal fire trucks, and, like, I don't know, it's kind of neat. I enjoy a lot of the builders' stuffs. Pearl? Oh, Pearl. No, Pearl. Pearl, not Cleo, sorry. Pearl. It's Pearl, right? I don't remember their names. I'm bad at their names. I don't... yeah, Pearl. Pearl's doing the fire department, right? Whoever's the fire department. The fire truck, I think, is really nice. Like with the banners and stuff, it's, the banners and the bookshelves has a cool little effect where they intersect, which is different than... you know, it's not something like that. That little tech is not something that you... Yeah. Yeah, the banner effect was super cool. And it's like, it's a weird quirk of the mechanics of things. Like, there's these banners. They look kind of like this. And they hang. on a thing, but they also flap in the wind. So they kind of flap like this, and then they go back to that, and then they flap. But because they flap, and they also go this way a little bit, like into the block, if you put like a half slab, not a full block, because if you put a full block, it'll just cut through, I think. But if you put like the half block, which is the new bookshelf, the only half vertical slab in the game, when it flips back, the top part vanishes, and so it looks like a flickering light. So it kind of scrolls up. So what you end up getting an effect where you have like blocks, and then it's like a shutter card where it's like it covers up, and then it goes, and then it does that in reverse, and then it goes back down. So it's like, and then it goes, and it kind of flaps, and as the thing flaps in the wind, you have this like scrolling effect, and it's like it's on, it's off, and it's really neat. It's not a thing that like probably wasn't even intentional, but it's like you using that in a build that. Anyway, you need to get back to Minecraft. I mean, it's I don't know. I think it's cool. It also just, yeah, I just think it's neat because it gets you thinking in 3D a little bit, and you know, also it's so limited in sort of block. I mean, it's not that limited in block variety, but it's limited enough that you have to like, you know, a slab of concrete doesn't have to be concrete. It could also be the trunk of a tree. It could be, you know, it could be a bush, right? You could have anything be anything, and it's not about what the game tells you. It's sort of, it is, you have to use creativity to like solve your problems. It's not just let's do the same, you know, let's just build the way Minecraft intended, right? Doing that's gonna make the same build that everyone else has made, because that's, you know, there's not that many options when you put it in that perspective. And yeah, I think a lot of that's in art too, where it's, you know, you're trying to break patterns and find new things that are interesting. Also, speaking of interesting, this is not, what am I doing here? Why don't I like this? I feel like there's gonna be a tree up here. Let's just put the tree up here. Maybe a bit smaller. Also, because we're seeing the underside of this, we should probably... Maybe this should be bigger. So I'm kind of trying to fix composition late in the game. Maybe like that. Little bits up here of that glowing stuff. And then this is kind of like a foresty area. Okay. You like the atmosphere? Thanks. I enjoy it. It's nice. I'm trying to, you know, make it kind of nighttime-y, but also add a little bit. I don't know what I want to do up here. Probably just trees, I guess. I do want to make it painty and atmospheric, yeah, because that is something that, you know, I don't know, something that I feel like I'm okay at. And then, of course, some value change, so darker shapes. Maybe up here, some shapes. Yeah, a lot of this is just me trying to add variety and texture and stuff. Maybe I'll add in some additional colors in here. Like some deep blues, I don't know. I know that the build doesn't have blues in it like this, but maybe some super deep blues in here could be nice, especially in some of these deeper areas. Like in the deepest shadows here. It's kind of fun. I think it adds something. But yeah, thank you, Fernaru. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. I'm liking it too. I don't know how I'll feel about it when I end stream here, but in like 30 minutes. But I think I like it. I think I could probably spend a little more time on this. To make it look like the thing. I don't really have that many good photos of it or reference images of it. I think there was some colored textures around the edge here. I don't remember. It's hard to tell when things are built with stuff in Minecraft. It's not always easy to tell exactly what the thing is. But I think I think the biggest thing is that there's textures, right? There's stuff like this. There's like slits. I think there's like an observation deck type thing. So it's kind of like a lookout. There's also some hard edges like this, you know, just different shapes that kind of make it feel like a thing. I don't think there's any lights in there, but that's my own inclusion. Actually, the light should probably be from up here. Because it's kind of, again, kind of like a lookout. Okay, I don't know if I went, or if I did this a good way. Let's see, what if we take an airbrush and we add some blue here, some atmosphere. That could work. Maybe some interesting shapes in here. Just kind of playing with some of the designs. Not really sure what I want to do with this background here. I know there's like a massive thing behind it, and maybe something like that, actually. Sort of these giant I don't know. I don't like that shape. I'm trying to just play around with the shape in the background and in here. And just kind of figure out how... Maybe I want circular shapes. That's something that you don't see a lot in Minecraft. At least not in the natural game. I guess a lot of builders do use circles, but that's fine. Something like that, maybe? You're gonna think you're gonna sign off, so it's looking pretty great so far. Thanks, Vegas. And Vegas, I'll make sure to read the comic that you posted in Discord. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks again for sharing, and yeah, thanks for being here. Doesn't quite have the right vibe, but I think it works. Kinda. Kinda, sorta. And it's weird because there isn't really much light source, you know? When you're kinda... Maybe I can do this. No. Yeah, I'm just trying to make some variety in shapes and colors and textures. And just so when you look at it, you're like, okay, there's stuff happening, you know? What if I do this? Or darker, maybe? I mean, I realize these aren't the shapes of the mountains or anything in the background, but no, I don't know. I kind of almost feel like the ground plane here should extend. Oh, please don't crash. Every time it auto-saves, I think it's gonna crash. See, I feel like that kinda is that actually not bad. And this is like the area off the beaten path, kinda. I think that's not bad. Just kind of trying to nestle like a little garden type thing over here. And maybe in spirit of that, we do this. We add these little stones. And again, this is very, very far away. Well, it's not that far away, but I'm trying to basically make these vertical. So that when we get this light coming down, and maybe some stuff over here. I'm not a huge fan of these trees that I put. This could be a little bit brighter. Maybe what I'll do is I'll take this and I'll shift the value a little bit. Because it is white, and the thing about white textures is they get all sorts of bounce light. And then, of course, this is supposed to be darker, but I don't know quite how I want to do that. Maybe a little bit more red. And I want to play around with the color now. So I kept this pretty monochrome so far because it's night, but now I want to slowly introduce more and more color to, like, see how far I can push the color. Like, okay, we got a red building here. Can we push, you know, what if we put, like, a similar color here? You know, like in the path. Warm up the foreground a bit. Because this is supposed to be dirt. And maybe if it's dirt, there's bits of grass, you know, poking out. Again, not a thing that you have in real Minecraft, because a dirt block is a dirt block. It doesn't have single tufts of grass poking out, but, like, there probably would be if you could. I guess you can put stuff in dirt, technically. Can't you? I think you can. Yeah, you can plant things in dirt. Sometimes it looks funny, though. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. You can't. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, you can. I was thinking it was only in grass, but no, you're right. You can. Took me a second. But yeah, no, sometimes it will look funny, though. But in real life, like, a thing might look nicer than... Like, when you're... Because it's very limited, right? Like, every grass looks a very certain way. You don't... I guess you don't really have, like, ground... Do you have ground cover? Like splotchy? I mean, I guess you have some. You have, like, leaf litter. But, like, is there like a vine, but on the ground? Not really, right? Kinda, sort of. That isn't perfectly square. Like, the organic shape of a plant is nice, but if you just want it, like... I guess you can kind of do that with some things. I don't know. It's tough. That's the tricky thing about building in Minecraft, is, like, sometimes you have a thing you want to do, but you just don't feel like you have the blocks, so you have to, like, innovate. You have to figure out a way to do it. I think one of my favorite things, and this relates to art a lot, is, like, shifting your context. So if you, instead of having green grass, let's say you use pale oak, but you kind of shift the context to where your brain starts to think of the pale oak as the grass, not as a different material, but, like, as actual grass. Then when you use, you know, the pale oak creeping vines, now it looks like the grass is growing up the wall. Whereas maybe you didn't have the option to do that before, because it had to be, like, green, and you didn't have a green option. But if you change the sort of, you know, like, grass doesn't have to be green. It can also be white. And if you treat it as grass, even though it's not grass in the game, you can, over time, you sort of build up a vibe. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple things before I end stream. I'm kind of not liking this painting, but it's not terrible. It's a little flat, and also it's dark. I don't know. I'm not sure if I like this foreground thing. I almost feel... Is this going to be a painting where it's better if I crop it? Probably. Just color dodge the heck out of it. Just color dodge everything. And then we're good. I do want the focus to be on the build, though, so I don't want to go too crazy. I mean, again, just like the environment. I don't need to go too crazy with the color dodge, right? Like, I don't think I want to go like that. That's too much. But maybe trying to just get some warmth in here. Or like introduce some sort of... No, I'm kind of just playing around because I mean, that's very warm. I mean, we could do that, where we put like a lighting on this. That though. You have the poetic license to put that piece of grass there? Yeah, for sure. I think that one of the struggles I like, I mean, because again, I realize I'm talking about Minecraft for like 4 hours and people are probably turned off by that, but it's interesting because sometimes in Minecraft, like, you don't have... I mean, technically you can have shaders, but you don't inherently have, like, sunset lighting and vibrant colors and stuff to, like, harmonize the colors. So a lot of the things... It's very easy to get locked into a way of thinking of, like, this... Like, almost like paint chips or, like, paint swatches, right? You think of, like... You know, does this color work well with this color, right? It's like holding up two Pantone samples and it's like, oh, kinda, right? But like, that's not what you do when you do painting, right? And so it's a hard thing, I think, when you're playing a game like Minecraft where, you know, this block is this color, this block is this color, to sort of break that mold of thinking about color in that way. But instead you can think of it as, like, some people will do shading with their blocks, for example. That's not about the color, that's about the values. That's about you're creating an artificial shadow here and creating an artificial light here, and it's like, it's no longer about what color the block is and more of the overall effect that you have when you stick them all together, right? And I think it's a really hard thing for some people to because I mean, I know it's hard for people because it's hard for people in painting, right? Where people are like, what color goes well with this color? That's, to me, in painting, very rarely is that the right question. It could be a question. I don't know. Also, I'm not doing great here because... I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Let's add some texture. Some grittiness. I think it's this thing that I'm not liking. I need to redesign it. It's not spindly enough. It's too tall. I like the tree, thanks. I'm glad you like it. It needs some... I think it needs some help. Like, overall shape. It's not that appealing, I feel like. I think something like that, maybe. Just a little bit of a... Maybe, but now it's the same height as the building. True. It might be the same height, but what was it before? That's true, but we can make the building bigger. Or we can make this slightly smaller again. I mean, I'm okay if it's slightly taller. I don't know. Getting a little hairdo. Look at that hairdo. Some shadow. Some light. Yeah, maybe being exactly as tall as the building isn't ideal. And by maybe, I mean it's almost certainly not, but... we might be able to break down the contrast a little bit more by adding like a backdrop to it, like a lighter blue. Whereas back here, maybe we have more contrast. And so it's still more about this, I guess. I realize also this is very dark. Everything's very dark in this painting. And so it might not look good. That's okay. I'll just blame the designer. Just kidding. Just blame other people. That's... wonderful way to do things. When it doesn't work out, blame others. I kind of feel like a dirt path here would look good. A little bit of red. I think there's little statues, aren't there? You put the little statues over here. What do they look like? They're like this, right? They kind of look like the... hold on, let me look up. Copper Golem statue. Copper Golem. Minecraft. Yeah, okay, so they have... no, they don't have a body like that. They don't look like an alien. They're just a square thing like this. And then they have arms. Square thing. Like that. And arms. And maybe there's one right here. Being backlit by this thing. This is the only one I'm going to draw mostly intact. We're just going to treat the light as that. And then some light here. Think, maybe something like that. Now, they should have shape, or they should have form, I should say. Copy image, paste image. There we go. This is what the copper golem looks like, by the way. Little thing like that. Little dude. You can move them. They're opposable, and they can patina, so they can turn like copper, look like, you know, greenish. Now, do I want to add form to this? Not really. Kind of just keep it silhouette. I probably should add form to it. A little bit of orange eyes. I don't think their eyes actually light up unless they're awake, but you know what? This one is. Because we get to say so. That's how it works. And I'd like to think that these are round. Obviously, it's Minecraft and nothing is round. But I think these would be round if we could make them round. The whole golem would be a bit round. It'd be like a tube. That's how I imagine them. Artistic license right there. And maybe we do put some of the orange lights. I'm not a big fan of mixing the different color of lights everywhere, but something like that might work. Oxidized? I don't know the word. Yeah, that's the word. Oxidized, not patinaed. Patinaed is what bronze does. Oxidized. Actually, I don't know what the difference is. I assume it's just a different process. What is patina? I don't know what patinaed is. Referring to the green or brown film that forms on the surface of copper, bronze, or other metals over time. Describing the weathered or aged appearance of an object, often due to exposure. Hold on. Oxidation is referring to the chemical reaction that occurs when oxygen combines with other substance, often a result of rust or corrosion. How does patina happen? Let's go. What is it? Does it ever happen because of oxidation? Or oxidization? I feel like it might. Is a thin layer that variously forms on the copper of surface, brass, bronze, and similar metals and metal alloys. Tarnish produced by oxidation or other chemical process or certain stones. And wooden furniture. Okay, so apparently it can be... Maybe patina is like a broad term, but I feel like it is the same. I think typically the greenish color is patinaed, and also like maybe that the process is oxidization, but the visual effect, you say it's a patina. I don't even know what the difference is, but they both seem like they can be is a coating of various chemical compounds such as oxides, carbonates, sulfides, or sulfates formed on the surface during exposure to atmospheric chemicals, oxygen, rain. It sounds like it's the same thing. I can't, maybe I'm just trying to confirm my own bias here, but it feels like it's the thing. Anyway, but yes, I did mean oxidization because that's the term they use in Minecraft, oxidized, but in my head it's patinaed. I don't know. It's, yeah, no, I think I still used the wrong word because it's not what I wanted to say. Close enough, though. I give myself half points. Now, do I like this? I mean, kinda. Oxidization is a chemical process when exposed to oxygen. Yes. I believe so. Yes, certain metals react chemically when exposed to oxygen. And patina is the resulting layer of that. I think... Yeah, it seems to be that patina can be a wide range of things. It doesn't specifically have to be oxidization, but it's like the film that can result on things over time, but it's not always due to oxidization. Whereas oxidization is a very specific thing. So my understanding from my quick Google search is that there is a big broad term, which is probably more aesthetic, which is patina, and then the specific, like my hunch is, if I were to look into it, would be that oxidization does not always result in that look. That's my guess. There's probably other looks that, you know, like rusting can be oxidization. It's not always the green, right? Whereas the green, whether or not it forms other ways, I don't know. There might be like multiple paths, right? Multiple paths for metals to look green, and also oxidization can lead to that green, but it can also lead to other paths, right? It doesn't have to lead to green. That seems to be, but I don't know. Maybe I'm making it overly complicated. Recriner, how are you? How was everybody's Christmas? Hope everyone's Christmas was good. And if anyone did anything exciting, let me know. Any crazy political rants or conflicts at Christmas? Family gets together and goes off on politics? Any fighting? Anyone get in a fist fight? No, I don't know. What do normal families do? No, my family doesn't do that. My family had a very chill holiday. And it was nice. I liked it. It was very, very relaxed. No crazy stuff. No fist fights. Mild drama. Pretty nice. Very chill Christmas. Rare. Nice. It's a Stiller. My family doesn't do Christmas until New Year's. Gotcha. That's a good way to do it. See, I'm always overwhelmed by all the shopping, and like, it's not the shopping itself, and it's not the gift wrapping or anything like specifically, but it's from about the time of like after Halloween through all the family gatherings. So like my sister has a birthday, my mom has a birthday, I have a birthday, my other sister has a birthday, no, not my other brother. There's Christmas, did I say Thanksgiving? I don't remember. There's New Year's. That's all in the span of like 2 months, right? There's like, I keep looking over here, the camera's here. There's like 5 or 6, 7 holidays. Basically, oh wait, hey, false advertising. Hey Steph, what is my YouTube channel? What does that say? What does YouTube channel say? I just realized I didn't change my stream title. Hi Steph, hope you're doing well on YouTube. Well, I'll have to change it after the fact. Too much human interaction in a short period of time? Yeah, exactly. It's too much human interaction. Oh hey, there's another Stephanie. Yay, there was. I don't think they're here anymore. It looked like a cute bar. Yeah, so here, let me show you what I did last stream. Let me share, since I'm getting ready to end stream here. I will share what I did last stream. Last stream, I painted this. Yeah, a cute bear. 3 cute bears, hopefully. This one looks a little funky, but these are kind of cute. But yeah, Zumolo, it's definitely an issue of too much human interaction. And it's not even just too much human interaction, it's too much nearly obligated human interaction. I don't mind human interaction, but I like it to happen on my terms. Or on the terms that the people interacting all agree on. But with family events, you kind of feel like you have to show up. You don't technically have to show up. You need it as a print. Yeah, I'll probably make it a print, Steph. And yeah, so it's more that I feel like I have to show up to these things. And I don't have to, but it can be overwhelming a little bit. And so I'm glad it's going to be over come New Year. That'll be the end of all family stuff. I do, I mean, again, I do like them and I always appreciate it. And I'm always glad that, like, I went to the events and I'm glad I got to see family. And, you know, it's always a nice time, but it's just, it messes me up for like a couple days. Like my sleep schedule, like even, so like after Christmas, also, oh, I didn't even mention this, but like with work, because I work at like a low level job, my schedule gets all screwed up at Christmas because if I would normally work Christmas, they just push to the day after, which means then you're throwing in a day when I don't normally work extra. So it's not just those events, it's also the day after Christmas turns into a holiday. Because, not a holiday, but like an event that I have to be at, which is like work at midnight on Christmas Day. It's like, that's weird. I don't like that. It's more wrenches into the thing. Anyway, I'm rambling. You got bear thingy from your sister this year as a Secret Santa gift. Oh, that's fun. What sort of bear thingy? Nice colors in this one. Thank you. Yeah, I like the colors in this one. I thought they were quite nice myself, which is rare. I don't always think that my own paintings look good, but I did like the colors in that one. This one's a little different. This one's much darker because it's you know, it's what do you call it? It's like a nighttime painting. I'm gonna put subtle grays in here. Maybe not. Bear made of clay. Don't know words. Oh, interesting. A clay bear. That sounds nice. But yeah, I'm getting pretty ready to end. Just adding some little grassy bits here and there. Just some variety. I know one thing I do a lot is I make the shadows too dark. Even at night, you don't need the shadows that dark. That being said, I still like to start that way, but when it comes to render time, I do like to lighten things up a bit. I think it just makes it look nicer. Trying to add some variety down here. That's another thing that I like to do, especially like in a moonlit scene. You know, adding a little bit of bluish color to the things like leaves and branches. It can both lighten it up, but also just make them feel more, I don't know. I think typically these trees go upward though, but this will work. This is what I get for not referencing the real thing. But yeah, I'm trying to add some lighter color in here. And not make it too Christmas tree looking. Christmas is over. Does anybody... Okay, I'm curious if you guys are like me. So, okay, so I am not a fan of Christmas music, typically. Like, I don't hate it completely, but generally speaking, it's not my music of choice. And whenever Christmas comes around, and I think this is a purely psychological effect on me that I'm going to describe, but it's like, I kind of dread the Christmas music because you hear the same stuff over and over. But then the second Christmas ends, I have all the Christmas songs stuck in my head. It's like, during Christmas, I don't have them stuck in my head. I'm just annoyed that I hear them all the time. And then afterwards, they keep playing, but it's like now I kind of enjoy them in a way. Like now that Christmas is over, I'll find myself like humming a random Christmas song and I'm like, what is wrong with me? Why did I dread it so much leading up to Christmas, during Christmas? I don't like it, and now it's like, oh, it's kind of good vibes. I think it's because that pressure that I was talking about is done. Like the events are over and I can relax. And now that the relaxation can happen, I can kind of enjoy it again. And it's like, I just don't... It's hard for me to enjoy it when there's, like, in the moment, right? It's like you're planning, you're scheduling, you're doing things. You have deadlines. And then afterwards, you're like, ah, that was kind of fun. There's like a handful of songs, says Steph. The Mariah one, the Sia one, and the... Yeah, I like the Sia one. Or Sia. How do you say her name? I do... that was... So, I asked everybody at Christmas what was their least favorite Christmas song and what is their most favorite. And a lot of people... So, my least favorite was the Pum Drummer Boy song. I hate it. It's drives me insane. And the Sia one, Christmas song, I actually really like. Sia? Is it Sia? Okay, Sia. Yeah, that one. I quite like that one. That was my song for my favorite Christmas song that I could think of off the top of my head. But yeah. And it's always a funny thing though when you like, I don't know, again, I think I just spit on myself. I think I could really like Christmas songs and like the vibe, but it's just, it's the hecticness, the helter-skelter, the everybody's doing stuff and like, just chill out, man. Can we just like not, and just let me just listen to Christmas music and then not do anything else. And then I could like Christmas music. Snowman, Santa's coming for us every day. It's Christmas. I don't know any of those. BRB or Sia if you leave. Yeah, I'm gonna end soon. Oh crap, Mr. Meow. Forgot Mr. Meow's dinner. Alright, go feed Mr. Meow. I might still be here. Okay, let's see. Before Christmas, the music feels like a lot like a threat warning that Christmas is coming. Yes! Exactly. Exactly. And that threat, it comes with baggage, right? That baggage is, have you done your shopping? Have you spent a bunch of money? Have you taken all the time to do all the things you gotta do before the big day? Like it's, you know, have you done this, and this, and that, and that other thing? And then, yeah, then it comes and it goes and you're like, you know, the music and the vibe's not that bad. Like it's the good stuff, right? About Christmas. But then, yeah, it's the, like, you know, it would go, like, daily you would hear, like, 20 different advertisements for, like, have you done your Christmas shopping yet? Buy, you know, whatever, I don't know. Insert advertisement that everybody is giving you, right? Whatever the popular, whatever the popular thing is at the time. But now you don't hear that, because it's done. And so you just get the content, basically. Or whatever. Also, what am I doing? I think I like it. I will say these colors are not quite great, and I realize these aren't the colors B-Dubs uses in his Minecraft builds. But that's kind of the point, right? I'm kind of just... It's not about color. It's about shape, it's about form, it's about maybe some texture. It's about just a variety of stuff. Kind of that magical look, you know? Oh, those are titles of side Christmas songs? Gotcha. I don't know which one I like. I don't know Sia's I don't know the names. I just know that I like... There's a Christmas song that I like. That sounds good, because Sia has a good voice when they sing it. Okay, what am I doing? Can I, maybe I'm just fiddling with this too much. I kind of feel like this painting needs some green. What if I do like an overlay? Green, and just go, boom. Green and blue. No. I don't think so. What about if this color is a different color? Well, that's just no, that wasn't even an overlay layer. What am I doing here? I don't know. I'm kind of fiddling with it now. I mean that's okay. Not bad. This almost reminds me of Christmas, actually, funny enough. I kind of like it. It's not bad. It's not the worst thing I've ever painted. I think I'm succeeding in the painterly vibe, right? And that's kind of what I was going for. So I think this will be near the end. Just a little bit more. You know, maybe we can fix this. I should probably figure out what I want to do there. Gotta figure out what this thing looks like from a distance. It is just a triangle top. Okay. Maybe with little thingies sticking up. I don't know. We'll put some little doodads. There. And of course this is gonna... That was supposed to be a tree too. Now I do wonder, what if I take these, and again, I know I don't need to do this, but I do kind of enjoy some lines in things. And like shape design. Just making these shapes a little bit more pleasant. I don't know. Green and blue is a very weird color palette, and especially with like sprinkling in some gray. Green, blue, and gray. I've done a painting like this before with similar colors, and I actually wasn't a big fan of it. Also, I left the banner out on accident. There we go. There's the banner. There. There's a little bit of a banner. What else? What else? What else? That kind of changes the whole image. Yeah, I mean, it was there from the start. Now there's wind. Yeah, but not much. Banners can flow in anything, though. That's another thing. I don't think it changes the whole image. I think having a little breeze, like, you don't have to have crazy wind that's, like, blowing the tree, right? Not every tree is gonna be, like, have a gesture of, like, the wind is blowing crazy and, like, you know... It felt very static. Gotcha. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I don't know. The clouds make it kind of swooshy. But yeah, I can see that. Also, it's a little bit lopsided, admittedly. It feels like it should be like this. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that. Let's literally just move it. If a helicopter would bring a lot of... True. Get out a helicopter. Not a bad idea. Every painting needs one. It's a fact. That is true. Can't believe I didn't think of it. Until just now. Okay, I do think that's better. I moved the focal point inward a little bit because this thing dragged it more. Like, this became a bit of a focal point, just a tiny bit. I also think there's just a nicer, you know, just having an arch kind of that way. Anyway, kind of trying to... do something here with, like, not too much. I think that's not bad. I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. Mostly it works. Little bit of a underhang here. Actually, maybe I don't like those there. I mean, I almost feel like there should be a person in this, you know? It's not a very Minecrafty person. Just, I don't know how to make a... I don't want to make a Minecraft person. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think maybe... Why is he guarding the stairs? I mean, he's going to be walking, but I didn't want to actually make a character walking, because that's too hard. No, I think I'm going to end stream here. I don't think I'm going to add any character guarding the stairs. Oh, I moved this all, and I didn't adjust any of this stuff. Blurring, duplicating. I think that's good. I mean, I'm still not a huge fan of some of this stuff, but not quite sure how to do it otherwise. Go like that. The point of view is kind of leading to the stairs. True, it is. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is, it does lead to the stairs. Absolutely. Or guard, yeah. It's definitely like the grand entrance thing, like, you know, it's very much clearly going here. And that was the goal. That's kind of the whole reason I picked this frame. I don't know if I did a good job of it, but it works. Still didn't do as much with the stairs as I would have liked. I was gonna do more... Yeah, I was gonna do more with the stairs. Maybe something like that. Where there's just some random uneven stairs. They're not super perfect. Anyway, that's kind of fun. I still think that there's definitely some weird perspective thing, because like this should be in front. Like there's like a whole thing here on the hill. So it is not the same as in the actual build, but that's okay. Like these stairs are set way back from the structure, because normally there's like a whole thing like this kind of. Watch this just immediately make it better. Normally there's like a whole thing like this. No, that doesn't make it better. Good. I'm glad it doesn't make it better, because I didn't want to redo it. But yeah, normally it's something like that, where it's like there's just a whole thing here, and then all of the overhang is over here. But I didn't do that. And that's okay. Okay, we're gonna call it finished here. I'm sure I will hate it later, and I'll refix it. Or maybe I probably won't. I'll probably just post it somewhere and then be done with it. But yeah. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it. Anyone who does not play Minecraft, today was a little weird because I talked a lot about it and rambled. I tried to make it somewhat relatable to art stuff, but I can understand if it didn't. Feels like nighttime. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is supposed to be nighttime. That was the goal, and I think I achieved it, kinda. So yeah. We should find somebody to raid. Okay, yeah, we're gonna find somebody to raid. It's important to do things for you. True, it totally is. It's gorgeous. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like it. I had fun with it. It definitely... Yeah, I enjoyed it. I also just... Yeah, it's nice. It's also nice because it's kind of a mix between... like plein air painting or virtual plein air painting and fan art. Like, it is definitely fan art, but it's also... I took a lot of liberties. So yeah, it's somewhere in there. It's nice. I enjoy it. I enjoy this kind of thing. Okay, so thanks again, everybody. Let's see. How do I do my outros? Bye? No, I don't know. I have socials if you want to follow me anywhere. I have a Patreon. I have... I stream on YouTube for VODs. And that's it. And Twitch. I'm obviously on Twitch, because that's where I stream. Mondays, Thursdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So next stream will be on Monday. Today's Saturday. Yes, next stream will be